Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for bearing with us on our late start here due to technical difficulties. I will now call to order the Tuesday, August 22nd meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher,
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell,
Here.
Supervisor Petros is excused today, Supervisor Gregory,
Here.
Chair Ramos.
Here. And in consideration of a presentation we're about to make to the Director of Child Support Services, I will ask Ms. Janet Notley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for our consideration today. We have 2 sets of minutes for approval. Are there any questions or corrections on those minutes? Seeing none, I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, I'll close. Is there any on the phone lines for? Thank you. I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for decision.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Next, we have a presentation, proclamation to our Director of Child Support Services, Janet Notley, declaring August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month. And I've got to say this one is a very, very special one, aside from the fact that last month we had an opportunity to hear from Child Support Services about the great work that they do, the recognitions they've received from the state. But I know Ms. Notley will share some of the specifics with us about her department. But Child Support Services really creates a value added to our community through its economic contributions, making sure that children are cared for, they have their basic needs. It holds a very, very special place in my heart as my children are clients of Child Support Services. So I want to take this opportunity to read a few of our recitals that I think are very illustrative of the work that you do, and then allow Ms. Notley to share a little bit more about her team. Child Support Awareness Month, August 2023, whereas Napa County is committed to ensuring the well-being of our children, helping them to become healthy, productive, and well-adjusted adults. Whereas Napa County understands that child support payments not only fulfill a legal responsibility, but also timely payments reduce the need for public assistance and are an essential component of promoting the financial stability and development of children as they help to meet the basic needs of children and provide access to health care, education, and other vital services. And whereas during the past year, the dedicated staff of Napa County Department of Child Support Services has collected nearly $10 million and served over 3,000 families. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, Napa County, State of California, on this 22nd day of August, does hereby recognize August 2023 as Child Support Services Month in Napa County, and in doing so, we encourage all members of the community to increase their understanding of the importance of timely and adequate payment of child support. Furthermore, this board recognizes that every family in all their diverse shapes and sizes has different wants and needs, but that we all have the same shared goal of protecting and uplifting the generations of our future. Thank you so much, Ms. Notley.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Chair Ramos, members of the board, thank you very much. Janet Notley, Director of Child Support Services, and I'm here with my Assistant Director, Doug Durwood, and we'd like to thank you on behalf of the department for recognizing Child Support Awareness Month along with the Governor of California, and recognizing the importance work that the Department of Child Support Services does. We're one of 47 local child support agencies in the state that is responsible for doing a series of work, including establishing parentage for children. We give free genetic tests when there's a question of paternity. We establish and enforce child support orders. We get health insurance, private health insurance through the parents' employments. We get reimbursement for child care, health care, and other related child costs. While Napa is a small portion of the over 1 million cases in the state of California, and the over $1 billion collected each year for our 30,000 or so families were really important for the survival of many of our families here in Napa. Child support is the second largest poverty reducing agency in the country. It's next to Health and Human Services with TANF and their other survival programs. Many Napa County residents are not even aware that we exist, that we're here for both parents. We don't represent either parent. We're here to get the correct and legal child support order and also to support that family when changes happen to modify those orders up or down, many, many times without having to go to court. The case managers are especially trained in things, child support, of course, but also in negotiations and ways to reduce the stress of parents. For several years now, Napa has collected and distributed between $10 and $11 million each year, help parents obtain private health insurance for their children, ensure that parentage was appropriately determined. While the financial support is the main mission of child support also has positive impacts on the community. It's been proven that children who receive support from both their parents are less likely to end up in the juvenile system. They're more likely to graduate from high school, and overall their mental health and well-being is much better. So we'd like to thank you again for joining Governor Newsom in recognizing Child Support Awareness Month for the month of August. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now invite my colleagues to join me in the well. Thank you. We do not have, do we have any department head reports and announcements today? I'm not aware of any. Great. Moving on to our consent items for special districts. We have 3 items before us on consent. Are there any questions or corrections from the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment on special district consent items 6A through C. Do we have any on the phone line? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for decision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and I'll say that because we do have a few forfeits scattered throughout the agenda today. Next, we'll move on to our consent items on the board's agenda, and these are items 7A through 7AC. Do we have any questions from the board? What I will note is that on one item, item 7K, the contract itself was not within the item when you link on it, but when you look at the totality of the item, it's actually on the very back of the agenda. It is included, the contract itself. So I'll just make that notation that we had a technical uploading error on 7K. There are no questions from the board. I'll open public comment on consent. Seeing none in the boardroom, phone lines. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Item 7A through 7AC, what is your will?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll take up public comment. Public comment is for matters not listed within the agenda, but within the board's jurisdiction and with the special districts. Any general public comment? Seeing none in the boardroom, I'll turn to the phone lines. I will close public comment, and we do not have any administrative items for special districts. We do have a set matter at 9:30, so we will go ahead and take a couple of items, and I'll invite our auditor controller to join us up for item 11A. The auditor controller, Ms. Tracy Schultze, requests authorization to prepare the necessary accounting entries to close the financial books for fiscal year end June 30th, 2023. Board, this is a 4/5 vote, so it is all of us together. Ms. Schultze.
Thank you. Good morning. Tracy Schulze, Auditor Controller. Last time you've seen me, we were adopting this year's budget. Now I am closing last year's books. So we do this for the next 3 or 4 months before we do the financial report. And these items presented to you today are some significant entries that we have to make to adjust the year-end numbers and to close the books. All of these are usually legislatively put in place or through policy or through Government Accounting Standards Board. So I need your votes on these. So the first item, I'm going to walk through with the letter that was attached. I'll be pretty brief. You please stop me if you have any questions or if you need anything more explained. The first one is fund balance assignments, restrictions, and commitments. This is for us to reserve monies that are specifically related to purposes that have to be fulfilled in order to release these monies. Restricted are usually third-party or legislative restrictions. Commitments and assignments are requests by your board to put things aside for specific projects. So the list there is on pages 1, 2, and 3. And I do want to point out, I won't go through any of them. If you have any questions, please let me know. But I do want to point out the ones on the bottom of page 3 of the letter. These are all the restrictions that we are holding for the FEMA or Cal OES awards for all the disasters that we've had. You can see that it goes back to 2014 earthquake. So again, the purpose for these is we get reimbursements from FEMA or Cal OES for these disasters. And they have once we close out all the projects, we have to wait until all the projects for each of the disasters closed out. And once we close out the projects, once they give us a final declaration that everything's done, we have to wait at least 3 years. They have an audit clock that starts ticking in 3 years. And once that 3 years is up, then we release these funds. It's very interesting because now we're getting conflicting information from the state saying that they have longer than 3 years. So ideally, we're keeping these funds in reserve in case there's a clawback, then we don't have to worry about where the money's coming from, and hopefully that this is a prudent way to keep these monies aside. The next section, unless there's any questions on anything in section A.
Good one.
Yes.
Does FEMA audit every project and every disaster, or is it sort of random?
It is random, and it's the Office of Inspector General that does the audit. What's been interesting for us is, in order for us to submit these claims, they do a full audit before when we submit the claims. They see all of our documentation, they see everything, so we feel very confident that these claims are completely solid. But the Office of Inspector General can come back within the 3 years and do another audit, and it's whatever they choose. Okay. All right, section B is budgetary adjustments, just a few of them to close the books. If you have any questions on any of them, they're pretty self-explanatory. We try to put all the information in there.
Supervisor Cottrell, do I see your light?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I put my light on late there. I had a question back to the natural disaster events. So if we just take, for example, the 2014 earthquake general fund, if we saw an increase in the restriction this year, does that indicate that a project just ended with that amount needed? And so we can sort of expect, if we're seeing an increase this year, then we're going to be holding on to that for the following 3 years.
Those increases are due when payments come.
Okay.
So we received money during this year for some of the claims. Again, all the claims have to be closed out in order for the clock to start ticking. So depending on, in the earthquake, we had small projects and big projects, and they close them by, all of the small projects have to be closed for any of the small projects to be completed. Big projects, they close as a big project is closed. I believe this is still part of the small projects that we get paid for, so the clock didn't start ticking yet on that one. Okay, so the budgetary adjustments are next, and then item C is contract increases. This happens occasionally, and most of the time it's basically due to client-based services where we have contracts that run through the year, and depending on the clients that we serve, the contracts at the end of the year may exceed based on the services that we supply. So that's just increasing a couple of our contracts. The next item is D, temporary cash advances. We can't have any fund in our county go negative cash. And in home supportive services, as you are hopefully aware, we get state funds for those, and we have to put claims against for reimbursement, and there's just a timing issue. And so what we do each year is the county gives a temporary loan to Health and Human or to the IHSS program, so we don't end the year with negative cash. That gets reversed in July, and the money comes in from the state. So it's very temporary. Purchase order encumbrances, both E and F, you saw back in June. I provided you a prospective list of what we thought we would need for purchase orders and capital projects to be carried forward into the new fiscal year. And this is just ratifying those numbers and truing up the numbers now that we know what bills have come in through the end of June. And those are all listed on attachments A and B. And then the next item is cash shortages. Once again, I think this is 3 years in the running. We have no cash shortages, which is wonderful, in any of the departments that have petty cash or revolving funds and things like that. And then the last one, excuse me, before the informational items is any additional approvals, meaning there's still going to be things that we find as we close the books, and I'm asking that unless it's material, that you give me the authority to just make those adjustments to close the books in accordance with what we need to do. And then the last couple things are just informational items on the return of the excess ERAF for the year. And we do prepay our PERS liability to get a discount, so we always do a true-up at the end of the year as well. So those are the last two items. Any questions?
I don't see any questions from the board right now. We'd just like to acknowledge all the work that goes into not just the budget, but your team has to ramp right back up to close the fiscal year end, and we appreciate the timeliness of this, as we did have a lot of parking lot items left over from the budget, so this will help us to better inform those decisions.
Thank you. And
So-
I also just want to appreciate all the departments, because we could not do this without all the departments. The fiscal staff throughout the county are amazing. So.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the board, I'll open public comment. This is public comment on item 11A, the closing of the financial books for fiscal year end 22-23. Seeing none in the boardroom, I'll turn to the phone lines. None on the phone. I will close public comment, and I will bring it back to the board. The requested action is authorization for the auditor controller to prepare the necessary entries to close the books.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, here we go. We have 5 minutes. I'm going to have, if I could have county council announce the closed session items, and then we might just take an awkward 3-minute break.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Closed session today. Items, we have 3 items. 17A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Chief Probation Officer. Item 17B, Conference with Labor Negotiators regarding SEIU 2015 and IHSS workers. And then the third item is 17C, Conference with Real Property Negotiator pursuant to 54956.8 regarding the Napa County Fairgrounds in Calistoga. Agency Negotiator Brian Alsop, County Executive Officer, and negotiating parties, the City of Calistoga and Napa County. Thank you.
Thank you. Take a 4-minute recess. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are now back from our break, which gave us the opportunity to set up, I'm going to go ahead and say, our inaugural meeting, our joint meeting of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and the Technical Advisory Group. This is item 12A, and I'm going to invite Ms. Jamison Crosby to provide us introductions and guidance through this item.
Certainly, thank you. Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the Board of Directors of the Napa County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I'm Jamison Crosby, Natural Resources Conservation Manager in the Planning Department, and I am very excited to be here this morning to introduce to you our very esteemed members of our Technical Advisory Group, or TAG as we call them, and allow you an opportunity to really engage in a dialogue with them about management of the Napa Valley Subbasin. The TAG was formed last summer and had its first meeting on August 11th, 2022, and has been hard at work ever since. The purpose of the TAG is really to aid and advise the GSA in your implementation of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan and bringing to bear their very considerable technical expertise to that task. The impetus for today's meeting was previous meeting in which staff addressed you and presented the 2022 annual report, Water Year 2022 annual report, and that was back in March 28th. We presented the annual report and also a compilation of what we call framing questions, which are really just discussion topics that the TAG has considered over the course of their meetings. But we essentially ran out of time to really have an opportunity to delve into those questions with you. So the board directed us to return, and in the intervening time, the TAG members have continued to examine new framing questions in their 2023 meetings, which are summarized in your staff report. So the purpose of today's joint meeting is threefold. First off, for the GSA directors to receive that summary of framing questions considered by the TAG in 2023, which trust you've had a chance to peruse in your packet. Second, to allow GSA directors the opportunity to meet the TAG and question them about their findings and engage in an open dialogue about groundwater management. And third, and most importantly, for the GSA directors to provide direction to the TAG about the topics and questions that you would like them to investigate over the course of the coming year. These might be questions you've heard from your constituents. They might be questions that you yourself have had that needed some kind of technical examination, but you just haven't had the opportunity to ask them. But today's the day. Not the only day, but a day. Staff's end goal for the meeting is for staff and the TAG to come away with a set of management questions that they will take, add to based on their own knowledge and experience, and then report back to the board. I kind of see this as something we could do on an annual basis. Not that that would be our only meeting with the GSA or presentation, but on this particular topic. So with no further ado, I will introduce the TAG members, allow them to offer a few thoughts and comments of their own, and then turn it over to the board for your comments and questions. So to my right, I'd like to present Dr. Julie Chambon. She is chair of the TAG and also senior engineer at Geosyntec. To her right, we have Dr. Monica Cooper, vice chair of the TAG and viticulture and farm advisor with UC Cooperative Extension. To Monica's right, we have Mr. Albert Filippelli, who is a viticulturalist and vineyard area manager for Vino Farms. Next, we have Dr. Miguel Garcia. He's an environmental chemist and the Sustainable Agriculture Program Manager with the Napa County Resource Conservation District. And then finally, Dr. Matt Condolf, fluvial geomorphologist and professor of environmental planning and geography at UC Berkeley. So with that, I think we'll start back on this end and allow each of the TAG members to share some thoughts.
Thank you for the introduction, Jamison. It has been my honor to be the chair of the TAG since the beginning of the year, and we have been meeting for a year now, as Jamison mentioned, and I want to recognize that we had a lot of background information to go through at the beginning of our term, but since then we really had been able to have many fruitful and instructing discussions on a variety of topics, including those framing questions that we have for discussion today. Those are summarized in the staff report, and I'm really looking forward to our discussion on those topics. And especially, I'm really interested in hearing the board and on the topics that you would like us to consider for the next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the Board of Directors. I'm also pleased to be able to lend some expertise to the technical advisory group. As Chair Chambon said, it took us a little while to just digest everything and digest all the sort of expectations, but I think that we are, all very committed to this and very committed to evidence-based practices, getting those implemented when it relates to groundwater sustainability, which is incredibly important resource for all humans and other living organisms, and that we'd like to do so in a way that really embraces the community, engages with the community. And so this is really important for us to hear from you, and also at our meetings to hear from the members of the community who are impacted by these practices that we're putting into place. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us here today. It's really looking forward to interacting directly with you guys finally. Personally, I look forward to bringing a practical point of view and pass it on to Miguel.
Good morning. Thank you so much. For the past almost 5 years, I've been working very closely with our farmers on many issues related to water conservation and soil health. So I spend a lot of one-on-one with our farmers, and I say that very proudly. And for our conversations, we're always looking on how can we harness what a lot of farmers are already doing for water conservation and use that information to guide other farmers that want to do the right thing but perhaps don't know where to get started. So I'm very happy to see that our conversations will result in a lot of education, both in English and Spanish, for our farmers and our farm working community. And I think this is a great step moving forward to make sure that everybody has the information that they need so that they can conserve water and use water more efficiently moving forward.
I'm Matt Kondolf, professor at UC Berkeley. And I think I'm very happy to be serving on the TAG and to learn more about the situation in Napa. And I think here it's a really unique situation to have such an important ecosystem with the salmon as sort of the banner species, but that's sort of a representative of a whole ecosystem behind it. And this very important agricultural industry, which is obviously a much more conscious, environmentally conscious industry than many, but to see the inevitable conflicts that can come up and finding ways to get better information to resolve those, to preserve the ecosystems as well. So that's why I think with the SGMA legislation, the recognition of these groundwater-dependent ecosystems is really important. And I think there's a lot of really interesting work being done now here in Napa that can help us understand that better.
So there you have it. At this point, we'd be happy to take your comments and questions.
Start with Director Gallagher.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here. I was really happy to be able to sit in on your, I think your last meeting, part of it anyway, and it was really informative and great to hear from you all. A couple of really super basic questions. In many places we see that the goal of the GSP is to achieve sustainability by ensuring there are no undesirable results in the Napa Valley Subbasin by 2042. I just wanted to understand what you mean by 2042. Does that mean over a number of years? What will happen between now and 2042, and is that the date at which you're going to look? I would imagine every year you're looking, or all the time you're looking for undesirable results. So just trying to understand what you mean in terms of that particular date.
unless the TAG members want to jump in, I'll do that. And feel free, anybody can pipe up if you'd like. I don't want to, you get to hear from me more than them. So anyway, the 2042 date is mandated in the SIGMA legislation. It says we have to become sustainable within 20 years, and we submitted on January of 2022, so that's our, but we are absolutely desirous of achieving that sustainability well before the 20-year deadline, essentially. And we do evaluate on an annual basis whether or not we have experienced any so-called undesirable results, and unfortunately we did experience 2 undesirable results based on our water year 2022, and those were for groundwater storage and groundwater levels, or excuse me, groundwater storage and interconnected surface waters and GDEs. So that was unfortunate, but we determined it was primarily due to drought, the really unprecedented drought in 2020 and 2021, which has somewhat abated with really heavy rains this year, but we have a lot of storage to make up for.
Great, thank you. And then as I was reading through the report, it mentioned a lot of recommendations that the TAG made, and to the technical team. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to know if you could tell me who the quote unquote the technical team is, and what happened as a result of those recommendations to the technical team, or has anything happened?
That was the question I asked myself as I was reviewing materials last night. It was like, okay, we have a lot of framing questions and recommendations that came from the TAG. They can probably tell us better which ones we haven't implemented yet. But the technical team consists of Vicki Kretzinger-Graybert and her colleagues at Ludorf Scalmanini Consulting Engineers, primarily. We also have Stillwater Sciences working on our GDEs and interconnected surface waters work plan.
There are many recommendations. Many of the discussion that we have had has been on work plans that the technical team is developing for implementation of the groundwater sustainability plan, and so some of the recommendations directly influence how those work plans are being developed and which kind of analysis is being done and how it's going to be presented, and also some recommendation on implementation of those plans. So I think those are the ones that had already had a direct influence on implementation of the groundwater sustainability plan, and then there are other recommendations that are more around outreach and education, and I think on that it's work in progress. I understand the county had a grant for outreach support, and so I think some of those recommendations are also being conveyed to this group for on developing an outreach and communication plan over the next months.
Okay.
So I think that ties back into your first question as well, right? Because as those work plans are finalized and starting to be implemented, then you'll start to see, well, okay, when we get the annual reports, and if we have undesirable results, then we have a framework for how we're going to address those different things. And some of that is educational, some of that, sort of running the scale and running the gamut to, how we're going to address those. So a lot of our work so far has been in getting those work plans into a shape where, from a technical aspect, we're happy with them, so that they can then be implemented.
Okay, thank you. How do you want to proceed? Because I have a lot of questions, but would you like to just, I'm fine stopping for now and just, kind of ping-ponging back and forth between all of us?
I think it would, I agree, and I think there's going to be some to build on from, as you said, you spoke and our colleagues lit up.
Okay.
So I think what would be really helpful to give this guidance is if we use the staff report and the particular recommendations, and I'll help guide that. So the first one is really talking about the interconnected surface water and groundwater dependent ecosystems work plan. And so I think if we kind of turn our discussion to that, and everyone, I'm gonna give the board latitude here of chime in as you see fit. Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
Okay. We do have a substantial amount to work through right now. I'll start off here by I think one of the important things in what is being laid out in these work plans is really addressing the gaps the information that we have versus the information that we don't have, so that we can have a better overall realistic picture of what needs to happen in that work plan. And so when we look at the recommendations that are coming out from these framing questions, one of them is certainly the need to be able to have more monitoring data. So I think it would be very helpful to hear from the TAG what some of those recommendations that you're looking at look like for this work plan. Thoughts?
One comment on the work plan for the groundwater dependent ecosystems is that well, we have a lot of laudatory comments for the RCD in its Stream Watch program. So this involves volunteers going out, looking at different reaches of the stream throughout the year, many streams throughout the year, and recording whether the water is flowing or not, or if there are disconnected pools. And always in science you have kind of a tension between collecting very detailed information for one place and understanding that place really well versus distributing your resources more broadly so that you understand something about the entire system. And a great thing about the Stream Watch program, for very little investment, we're getting some basic information about streams across the whole Napa Valley. So we are encouraging that, and we've recommended more investment in some wells at some of these sites as well, so that we understand as the stream is drying up what's happening to the groundwater adjacent, which of course controls the vegetation that can survive there, because the plants, the trees only have a certain root depth, and we want to know at what point the alluvial groundwater table is going to fall below that. So anyway, I think that's one comment that we had, mostly saying, great job RCD, this is super useful information, but then also how we can invest a little bit more to get more out of that data that they're already collecting.
And what in particular, when those recommendations of those additional monitoring well sites, what is going to inform what those desired locations, understanding we need to have willing partners to be able to get there. So taking out the willing partners, how are you determining where that priority for those monitoring well sites will be?
Yep, there are a number of sort of detailed study sites that have already been identified and developed, and so and of course at these sites we already have landowners who are willing to cooperate and have wells and stream gauges on their sites. So those are the obvious places, but of course we have a map of all the groundwater dependent ecosystems in the Napa Valley, and when you look at it, it's basically all the streams and the main river. So there are many other places that might have somewhat different functioning, and so it would be good if we can broaden our view a bit, and if we see some intersection of a response that we should know more about with a willing landowner, then we probably want to at least propose that we could do something on a site like that.
Yeah, I think if I can add a few things on that. One of the recommendations was for the technical team to develop this matrix of the different sites that could be available, where we could look at different criteria, and that would help in identifying the sites where we could see the most value in terms of additional monitoring. And some of the other criteria that we want to take into account is how long do we think it will take of data collection to be able to develop those relationships between climate and pumping to impact on the surface water and the GDE, and to potentially be able to prioritize the sites where we could get some responses in a shorter time frame than maybe a site where we don't really have a good starting point. So it would take many years to collect the data that we need to make some decisions.
Thank you. Anyone else, my colleagues, any follow-up? Supervisor Gregory.
Sure.
Director Gregory.
Yeah, thank you very much, and it's great to see all you in one place, and to meet some of you for the first time. You know, something we've heard over the years is the streams and rivers are drying up because of groundwater pumping. I'm sure it's not that simple. We've made a lot of great progress towards understanding this better. This is just more of a comment. I'm ready to invest what the county needs to really understand this issue and what we need to do to protect the rivers and streams and what's really going on. So a lot of great work. Sounds like more to come, and just know that we'll be ready to invest in your efforts to know it better.
One thing that came up also was not just installing new monitoring wells, but understanding how we're maintaining existing ones. Some of them are decades old, so just ensuring that the data we're collecting is accurate.
Director Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. So I had one specific question under this heading, which is on page 4. It says, based on ISW and GDE work plan objectives, the TAG recommended the following outreach. Combine outreach on ISW and GDEs with water conservation and groundwater pumping reduction interests. So I just wasn't sure what was being combined. Was it the target audience or the topic area? So that just unpacking that a little bit for me would be helpful. But I did just want to also make a more general comment. I mean, SGMA is a new mandate from the state. You all are a new committee that the county came up with to help us guide this. So this is a lot of untraveled road. So I want to say thank you all for being involved. But also I think we need to acknowledge that we are figuring this out as we go along in terms of process. And so one of the things I'm also interested in hearing from you is, where is the process working? Where could we make adjustments based on the information you need? You know, are you hearing from all the stakeholders that you want to be? Are there other ways we could help that? What might be some specifics to improve that? And also, what are the lessons that you've started to glean from other jurisdictions who are going down this same SGMA road? So I think I got a few extra questions in there. But
I'm going to say that was more than one. Yeah.
I'll start with the first one. I think it was on the outreach and combination of some different topics. And here I think some of this discussion came up when we were specifically talking about outreach for GDE and interconnected surface water. We wanted to recognize that as part of this outreach, it's important to, in terms of topics and how this is presented, to recognize that water is all connected and it's as a whole. And so the groundwater that is pumped somewhere, or the surface water that is flowing in the river, it's all connected. And so we need to recognize, and as part of the outreach and education, it's important to have this, to set up the framework as it's one water, whether it's like precipitation or water in the subsurface that is used for irrigation or water supply.
I will say that really struck me when you said that, Dr. Chambon, of one water. I think that that's actually what we're looking at here, is how everything is interconnected. And I'm just going to leave that with you, Jameson, that, that could be some future branding for you. Moving, I don't see any other questions or comments from the board, from the TAG on this item. So the next one is conservation and groundwater pumping reduction work plans. We'll start off with Director Gregory.
Thank you. how far, so we want to achieve sustainability by 2048 or sooner. Do we get there by, sorry, let me preface this. I think next year's report, when Vicky comes to see us in April next year, pretty good data. You know, the groundwater aquifer is probably full, and we could sort of maybe ease off, right? Are we going to get to sustainability in time by, you know, simply in the drought years responding to undesirable results, or does it have to be more of a systematic chipping away for a sustained period of time?
We've come to the conclusion that needs to be an ongoing effort, and just because we are quote unquote getting a wet year doesn't mean that we are out of the woods. And we have to make it, just like Governor Newsom said, make water conservation a way of life. Make sure that everybody is thinking about it at all times, because we don't know what next year is going to be like. We can get another wet year, we can get a super dry year, and that's climate change. We don't know what's really going to happen. So making sure that all users in the county realize that, and that we need to create good habits so that everybody is using water more efficiently moving forward would help us reach those objectives that we're thinking for 2045.
2042.
2042, yeah. So we have come to the conclusion that whatever we come up with needs to be a strategy for the long haul, not just for specific years.
Yeah. So you don't get a year off, is what I'm hearing.
No. And even it's important to note, and Vicky will give you more information, the fact that we had an extremely wet year, that doesn't really mean that all the aquifer was recharged per se.
Right.
So it's important to keep in mind that we will get heavy rain events in between drought years, and we'll get long stretches of no rain that might be break in between with good rain, but we need to look at it from the long term.
Appreciate that. And then
and you know, not just habits, but systems in place, right? So we've talked about, you know, when you plant a vineyard, ideally you're going to get 30 years out of it, right? So what kind of decisions do you make at the start of those 30 years that would lead to greater water conservation? Or a landscape, you know, do you plant water-wise plants instead? So there are these individual decisions that are made, that there's also these sort of broader, you know, types of systems that can be put into place through the GSP.
Thank you. And then have you all considered in your meetings, how do we recognize those landowners that have already invested in expensive water conservation measures? How do we recognize them if we're looking down the road at additional measures required of others?
We definitely want to prize those that are already doing a lot of great things and use them as an example to others. So the conversation is still ongoing on how we're going to approach this, but we are definitely creating a database of what is already being implemented and what is working, and the cost benefit of those implementations. We do have folks that will do a lot of things because they want to do the right thing, and we have others because of economic reasons in marketing. We want to do all those things. So we want to make sure that we create a detailed report of what is being done, how it's working, and the cost-benefit analysis of it, and then use it as a way to incentivize others. And we're also looking at the variety of sustainable certification programs that farmers in Napa can join, and see what are the benefits of those programs as well. And then look into what motivates people to implement things, and use that to help us guide those that maybe just need a little bit extra information, or maybe a little extra incentive for them to start doing it.
Thank you.
And I think what I've learned in 20 years as extension is that, you know, some people adopt certain, you know, early adopters, but then to get more of the community to have people who are willing to stand up and say, so part of the outreach plan is to have those people engaged to say, yes, we've done this, you know, we're able to farm sustainably because of it, and here's why you should do it as well. So creating those people who are willing to step up and say we're champions for this as well, in addition to just you know, the members of the technical advisory group. It's going to be a community effort.
And if I could just build on what Dr. Cooper said, yes, we would love to invite any of those early adopters to reach out to us, contact us. We'd very much like to use their experience as kind of a case study. We'd like to include some case studies in the conservation work plan. So by all means, please send them our way. And I'm making a plea here for any of those advanced operators to share their knowledge.
And their ET data.
Okay, that too.
Okay.
Director Gallagher.
Thank you. It seems that I know the Napa Valley Grape Growers Association seems to be doing a lot of data collection from their members, just to talk about practices and what they're doing around water conservation, et cetera. And I'm just curious, maybe you all could meet with representatives from their group, from Napa County Farm Bureau, other ag organizations who could give you good data, or at least anecdotal, about what's happening, and also going directly to groundwater users and talking and having conversations about what they would consider an incentive, because I think sometimes we make assumptions about what an incentive would look like, but maybe people out doing the work and whatnot have other ideas about what they would consider an incentive for doing more conservation. So just a couple of thoughts there. And then I had a question about in the reading, it talks about the effectiveness of the voluntary program, assessing that, and an adaptive management process with potential mandatory measures if the voluntary program is ineffective. And I'm just curious how do you think we would be defining ineffective? Would that be maybe we want to see reduced pumping, but at what levels and over what period of time? I'm just curious if you've thought about that. Like, how will you decide if you're being quote unquote ineffective? I know there are the thresholds and whatnot, but I'm just curious over what period of time you would want to see what kind of movement.
Yeah, we had quite some discussion on this topic, and I think that's where, going back to your first question is about 2042 is also recognizing that implementing those practices and those groundwater management, it is a work in progress, and you cannot manage to the year to year, and you need to manage on the long term. In terms of what success would look like, I think that's where there are different tiers. The first one is the goal is to reduce pumping by 10%, and so first is to be able to assess whether this goal is achieved in terms of reducing pumping by 10%. I think that's where there were some recommendation about getting better data on water use. But the second part is that even if this goal is achieved, is that does it actually produce what we need to be sustainable? And that's where the sustainability indicators and meeting those indicators is becoming important. And as part of being able to assess this is to be able to understand the system better, to be able to track what might be driving, whether it's a drought and climate driven, or driven by not being able to implement sustainable groundwater management practices. And so I think that's where gathering additional data and getting a better understanding of the system to be able to pass out what is impacting the groundwater and the surface water is important.
It seems that throughout this, you're talking a lot about gathering data and filling in data gaps, and knowing that you really can't manage. We can't manage the system without, measuring and finding out what the baseline is, and continuing to measure. So, I'm just curious if you could just design the system from scratch, and get the data you wanted. Like, what would it look like to be able to extract the kind of data that you really need to do the analysis that you would want to do?
I think one of the greatest challenges in the ag sector is that not everybody meters the water that they're using. So we're looking at indirect ways through evapotranspiration measurements and satellite modeling to figure out how much water we're really using. So without farmers metering the water that they're using, it makes it a little bit challenging from our end to figure out how can we motivate them to reduce water, how can we even monitor the amount of reduction. And to me, with the farming industry, it's about water use efficiency. we want to reduce the amount of water, but we also want to make sure that they have what they need to be able to keep farming. And there's a lot of behavioral changes that can improve that water use efficiency. So I think for me, one of the greatest challenges is figure out how much water we're really using, and then go from there as far as what we can do to assist them into using that water more efficiently and track down the reduction.
And I think it goes for all, not just one sector, but all water that's being pumped out of the ground. I think any user eyes open when they see the actual number on the meter, and there's opportunity for savings across the board.
Mm-hmm. So what I feel like I'm hearing from you and what I'm reading is there needs to be this combination of people providing the data, right? We need to find a way to assure that we can collect it, and also incentivizing those conservation measures and those uses of technology for efficiency measures. But it seems to be like there's a little bit of an obstacle there around collecting the data. And I think I would support, whatever it is you need for us to do to help you be able to collect the data that you actually need, because I think this has kind of been a drum we've been beating for a while now, which is, it's to everyone's benefit, every user, to know what our baseline is, to know what we use, so that then we can actually create the best possible ways to conserve and be efficient, and also make sure that we're taking into account all of those people who are already doing a great job and who are conserving and using all of these efficiency measures, and helping to, whether that you call it incentivize or reward or however you want to put it, but that seems to be kind of the crux of it. And so I think we need to continue to hear from you about what you need and what ways might be helpful. And I think that is also more of a discussion with individual growers about what are the best ways to get this data, what would compel you, because it really is for everyone's benefit. There isn't anyone who won't benefit from that knowledge. So thanks.
Yeah, and again, just to emphasize that it goes across all water users, right? And that for those, trees who can't report how much water they're using, for us to, develop models that we're confident in that are also, looking at sort of the ecosystem, water use and demand too. So.
And as long as we're on this topic, I just want to acknowledge and thank the people who do volunteer their groundwater data. We have about 115 wells in our voluntary monitoring program. Some of those are ones that we drilled ourselves or county owned, and about the rest, about 70%, are private wells that people have very kindly offered to allow us to come twice a year and measure their groundwater levels. So thanks to those people, and anybody else who might be interested in offering their data. Again, the door is open. Contact me. We're especially interested, of course, we're managing the Napa Valley subbasin, which more or less is contiguous with the valley floor. So that's where we're primarily interested in having more data, and there's a couple regions within the subbasin where we're especially data deficient. But I also wanted to mention we drilled 8 new monitoring wells just between January and June, and we have some remaining unspent grant monies, and we're going to go drill 6 more at 3 sites. So there's, just in a very short period of time, we've added a lot of wells. And getting a little bit back to Chair Ramos's point about, aside from the willing landowner question, how do we determine, where we want to put a well? It's basically, we're trying to put wells in more locations to suss out that connection between surface water and groundwater. So we're trying to find places where streams or the river, interconnect areas that we want to monitor. And so we've actually been a little fortunate. There was a county-owned parcel that we're going to be putting a well on in St. Helena, where Sulphur Creek comes into the river, so we'll be able to get that. We're looking at Kong Creek area, Redwood Road, and so, yeah.
Thank you. Director Cottrell.
Thank you, and I think this is a great discussion, and it's helping me get a better picture of it and of just the process. I wanted to share a couple of observations I have heard from folks who are growing grapes, and one of them is this issue of and I think, Miguel, you helped answer the question already, but how will I know when I've done enough? And that feeling of I'm already trying to do what I can here, and you know, what is some indication that I'm on the right path? And so I wanted to mention that because I think the certification program really helps with that, and it helps also, you know, establish some best practices, but also not put extra strain on someone who's already doing a lot of the right things. And then the other thing that I think we have to acknowledge is out there a little bit is a concern. Hey, is this process predetermined? Like, does the county already know where it's going to land? And this, you know, what is the value added in participating? I don't believe that, but I think we want to make sure we're countering that perception. And the way we do that is keep working on this public participation piece. So I know how much staff is already working on that. I think what Director Gallagher suggested of working with grower groups, you know, and maybe it's a grower forum that the grape growers, the Farm Bureau, you know, can put together. Because I think it's one thing to say, come to us with data. It's another thing if the county can go to grower groups and say, you know, here's your event, how can we support you in learning more about this? So working on outreach there. I love the incentives idea. I do also want to point out in the draft, we talk a little bit about fees, which is something that, you know, the board last year said we need to look into the groundwater fee, setting up a potential fee program or studying that. And I think it's hard when that, I mean, I like the idea of the lowering fees as an incentive, but I think we have to have some introductory paragraph that takes that full on and say, there may be fees here, what does that look like, to kind of call it out front and center a little bit. So I think those are my comments at this point.
To continue to build on that, you know, when we look at incentives, I would ask the tag to broaden just the idea of incentives. We're asking for information. We need the data. But I think we also need to get to a point of what are we offering in exchange for that? And so whether it is an audit program, right? Whether it's, you know, well inspections. We know that some wells have not been maintained, have needed rehabilitation work. Is it, you know, what can we bring as the GSA to this process, so that instead of saying, give us your data, please, that we are saying, can we partner? And to look at this, you know, our payment, in fact, can very much be the monitoring data that we're looking for, but whether it's through the actual inspection of the wells, whether it's through analytical reports that we can offer year over year to inform the user of what their impacts are, to be able to track for them their water usage. I want us to look a little bit beyond and to really look at this as a partnership and not simply just incentives. We know that we're on this path, on this 20-year path, and it's not going to disappear in 20 years, right? What we need to look at is how do we build a foundation of partnership with our groundwater users that is going to carry us into the future. So I would like to turn that incentive discussion a little bit more into a partnership discussion as we look at the fee structure that is necessarily going to result. You know, I think one of the things that is important is that that fee structure is an actual investment into this partnership, right? So if we draw that real nexus of what is a user able to obtain from these fees that are going to necessarily be needed to support these work plans, you know, being able to place that dollar figure, that value added on what is going to be the end result. And I think that that also helps us to quantify the work, as opposed to getting to just saying the number of wells that we have for monitoring and that relationship with the surface water. It can also get us to a point of rehabilitation of wells, whether it is a data that we can extract for better locations of wells as opposed to current practices. So I see this as being able, pardon me, to better inform if we look at it in a dual way, not just incentive, but also partnership as well. Supervisor Gallagher.
Sorry, I'm phoning back and forth here. I just also want to make sure that in addition to us kind of giving you direction, I just want to hear more from you if possible. So just kind of taking it back out to a 30,000 foot level. You know, we're trying to build resiliency and achieve sustainability. And in light of that, what do each of you think are the most pressing groundwater issues?
You've carefully moved us into the next item of discussion, yes, which is adaptive management responses, actions, climate adaptation, and building resiliency. So that was a great transition. Thank you. So I think, you know, as we look at this last recommended framing question, you know, this is the long game question. So I agree with Supervisor Gallagher, really hearing from the TAG those things that you would like us to have understanding of, so that we can really look towards being able to frame what that long game looks like for the GSA.
It's a big question, so I'll try to get us started. I mean, I think we touched on this understanding groundwater use in the basin and having good data for that. I think the other point, we didn't talk too much about it in those framing questions, and we haven't talked about it too much as a tag, but it's one of the topics that we have as well, is given the very heterogeneous nature of the, I mean, dry year, wet year, is how do we plan how do we plan best to use the water that might be available in the wet year so that we can use it in the dry year, and how do we plan for that? And this kind of plan, it takes, we just had a very wet year, but we didn't really have the infrastructure to take advantage of it. And so I think that's another piece that will be very important as we plan forward.
Yeah, other water resources that are available, I think, like you hit it on the head, infrastructure needed to utilize those, whether it's working with the Department of Water Resources at the state for surface water, recycled water. Those are all big pieces to the puzzle. The well drilling permit changes that have been made over the last 12 months have really kind of put a cap on new straws going into the groundwater. So that's, I think that has limited the ability to go in the other direction for the time being.
We're also making a huge effort to make sure that we have an educational strategy so that everybody knows what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I think that if people, the users, will get more knowledge about why we're doing it, what's so important, I think that I'm possibly optimistic that people would want to do the right thing. We just got to give them the tools. So when we ask to share the data, we need that data for us to figure out what we know and what we don't know. And then from there, just helping the users to make sure that they have the tools that they need to understand how to approach it and how to use water more efficiently moving forward. Again, just making it part of the daily life for everybody.
I think also recognizing that climate extremes are becoming more extreme. And I mean, we started off with the Mediterranean climate, which is highly variable anyway. but just it's getting pushed more in both directions. And so that has a lot of implications for maintaining a stable water supply for agriculture, but also for the ecosystems. And so keeping that changing framework in mind as we look for ways to make the stream systems more resilient to these changes, for example. So there are a number of restoration projects that have been undertaken, and those you could see, all those are helping to make these streams more resilient to the changes.
Director Cottrell.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to something that Dr. Shaban said about the matrix. I think that is a great idea, and I think, you know, a lot of the text here is pretty abstract, and to have a matrix that has specific things, I think that goes toward the education piece too, when we can see that. And so is there a map that can be attached to that so we can get a sense of where we're looking for that kind of data?
No, there's not a map attached to the matrix, but we do have an existing map of where our kind of data limited areas are.
I think, you know, we've been insistent about the matrix thing, so we'll see that as the work plans come into place. The other place we have a matrix is in the groundwater pumping reduction work plan as well, to look at like the different strategies that we might implement across sectors, and what the sort of value of the implementation of those are, both from, you know, an economic, from a logistical standpoint, and then also from a water conservation standpoint. So we're big on, you know, they're not final yet, but we do like these, you know, matrices that we can access, add to, and then that we can also use as an educational tool. So you will see them, I think.
Director Gregory.
Thank you. Wondering if you all have considered, in terms of groundwater recharge, artificial groundwater recharge using winter flows. It's heavy on infrastructure, probably costly, but have you considered that? Is that in our toolbox?
Yeah, it's definitely in the toolbox. We started having some discussion about it. I think one recommendation and or discussion that we had with the technical team in terms of looking at different sites was to look at where the groundwater may be recharged, and under which time frame it might be re-accessed, because one of the main challenges I think in the Napa Valley is that the storage might be short-term instead of multi-year, because then you might get into the river and then into the ocean. And so really looking at different sites, and I think that's one of the items that the technical team is looking at, is feasibility of recharge at different sites, but also benefit and value that it would have.
Yeah, I think it's a major opportunity, especially in winters like we had last year. Thanks.
Yeah, I just think that we have some logistical and technical limitations, and that depth to, you know, groundwater is not particularly deep. So when we're storing it underground, how long, and is it just really just going to go into the river there? So thinking about other options for storage as well, or that where the storage need to be sited. But then if that's a fair distance from where the water is available, then you have to talk about how are you going to get that water from where you're collecting it to where you're going to store it as well. So there's definitely infrastructure challenges.
There would also have to be a lot of data collection on the specific sites to make sure that they're actually conductive for this kind of thing.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, if I could just add really briefly, we do have some logistical challenges with doing recharge in this space, and we don't have, you know, an aqueduct running through the middle of the valley that we can easily tap off and flood fields and so forth. But I would say I think we have a huge opportunity for recharge just in the way growers maintain their soil and their just general soil health practices, keeping the soil loose and aerated with cover crops and other things that slow that water as it travels across the field. that's how the basin fills now. So to the extent we can kind of foster those practices, I think that will be a big decentralized, non-concrete recharge project
For the matrix.
for the matrix.
Director Cottrell.
Thank you. I just, to follow up on other recharge potential ideas, doing a field trip with RCD that Albert was on too, where we saw this restoration project in the Napa River. One of the things they were saying is because of what they had done there, they were able to really slow the flow of water, increasing the residence time of the water in the valley. So, but also for me, that was an eye-opener to understand that we have a pretty quick cycle of water entering and then heading into the bay. And then, so that's a comment. And then just a question again about, I'd referred in general to other jurisdictions, but I understand in Sonoma County, they have done some fee structure, but then I heard from a grower who's farming here and over there, that I believe how it worked there was there was a set fee, and then you could go in and challenge it and say, hey, here's my metering data. I'm really not using that much water, which seems like a burden to put on a grower. But it's interesting to understand that model. So I was just wondering if there are lessons your group is seeing from Sonoma County or issues that they're facing over there, given the path that they're on.
I haven't asked the TAG to be involved in the fee study discussion yet, but they will. But yes, we're in communication with our colleagues in Sonoma, and they inform us that that opportunity does exist for growers to submit data to check. And we would absolutely provide the same thing if that route were chosen, the same opportunity. But apparently not very many growers have taken advantage of that. Not very many growers have provided that data to challenge the assumed use.
Okay.
And I think that's one way where we've talked about going maybe through these sustainability programs and trying to use some of these sort of existing third parties as a way to help us with some of that.
Okay, I see we've meandered our way through a pretty substantial process here as we look at everything. So if there's no more questions from the board at this time, I'm going to take public comment, and we can look at kind of some follow-up. So first I'll take public comment in the boardroom.
Good morning. David Graves. I was chair of the advisory committee that helped set up the plan. And I just want to remind the GSA board that there is a 5-year from our submittal of our plan, we have a 5-year look that DWR will review our progress. So this is not a 20 year time horizon. It's a now 4-year time horizon, or really less than 4, more like 2, until we start to look at how our measures have been put in place, how effective they've been, and what needs to be done yet. So I just wanted to make the time horizon a little closer than the discussion seemed to have made it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, Michelle Benvenuto, Wine Growers of Napa County. And as you guys know, Wine Growers is a nonprofit organization of wineries, vineyard managers, and grape growers whose mission is to advance policy that preserves sustainable agriculture as the highest and best use of Napa County's natural resources. We attend each of the TAG meetings and appreciate the TAG's dedication and thoughtful discussion in considering its tasks, balancing data and science with effective practical solutions, and listening to the community. We also appreciate staff's outreach to engage stakeholders. Given that agriculture is the largest user of groundwater and the principal economic driver of Napa County, it is vital to prioritize sustainable and practical approaches that are data-driven and science-based. Regarding implementation, outreach and education is key. As discussed, the first step is to get the work plans completed. The next is the extensive outreach and education. While there has been outreach to ag groups, this is quite a lot of information, and it's going to need a lot to disseminate that information to all of the landowners. Regarding a partnership versus incentives, we need to be careful about the county stepping in to hold and manage all of the data. There are confidentiality issues with this. As part of the GRAC, back in the old days, I was part of an outreach effort to get landowners to volunteer their wells. And one of the stumbling blocks initially was that confidentiality and making sure that information can be aggregated instead of individual. And the county was able to assure people of that confidentiality, but it was a big lift, and I know it's getting harder and harder nowadays to maintain that confidentiality. So as soon as the county steps in, that becomes an issue. Finally, we appreciate the opportunity to engage and believe that collaboration is key to the development and successful implementation of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Brophy. I'm a resident of Napa and also a certified hydrogeologist. And I've been involved through listening and commenting to both the advisory committee meetings and also the TAG meetings. And I do applaud both of those groups with the amount of work that they've done. I know it's an incredible effort to collect the data necessary to produce the report, the plan that was produced in January. I'm a little concerned as a hydrogeologist that in the discussions that the TAG have had so far, there's no real discussion of the actual aquifer itself. And I would like to advocate for a long-term planning document for this period between now and 2042. It sounds like trying to plan for 20 years is a little out of order, but there are a lot of things to improve the quality of the data that we've got, particularly the technical quality of the data for the numerical model that's being used. So if it's possible, then I think that planning those 40 years is going to be, those 20 years is going to be critical. There are some high cost items that I think should be done. And so a plan to get those wells complete needs to be put together. So that's what I'd like to recommend, a long-term planning document for the period between now and 2042. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Lester Hardy speaking to you this morning as the St. Helena City Council's liaison to the GSA and the TAG. As you may know, I also was a member of the advisory committee. Few comments based on what I've heard this morning. With respect to data and in particular well monitoring data, it's my belief that well-located, well-designed sampling will go a long way towards improving the accuracy and usefulness of the evapotranspiration-based analysis. It's presently the key to calculating irrigation demand. One thing that I think could be extremely valuable is to identify vineyards that are dry farmed so that the consultants can look at how the ET modeling calculates demand from a dry farmed vineyard in comparison with irrigated vineyards. There are more and more dry farmed vineyards in the county. Related to that, I think it would be useful to have a projection of replanting rates. We have data generated every year by the State Department of Agriculture that enables one to look at how much is out of production and calculate replanting. And I think understanding how much opportunity exists through projected replanting for reduction in irrigation demand through choices on rootstock, et cetera. I think that's an important part of this 20-year time frame. I think having wells with where property owners are willing to provide through the use of updated sensors a continuous data stream to the GSA or the consultants, I think that would be huge, again, in improving the accuracy of the modeling. I don't think it's necessary or even possible in the end to have a meter on every well. We'll never even know where every well is. We'll only know most, right? But if we have enough sampling to make the modeling work well, then we can move the ball forward quickly. And so that was one point. With respect to fees, it seems to me, and I speak again on behalf of the city of St. Helena, and we are well owners and operate a municipal water system that requires the use of those wells. The benefit in the end for all of us is more resilient and sustainable groundwater supply. The challenge in figuring out how to assess fees is that everyone benefits, but not everyone is a well owner or even a property owner. So the equitable allocation of those costs is a challenge, and I think just recognizing that challenge and being open about it will lead to a much greater acceptance of whatever fee structure you adopt.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
We appreciate the City of St. Helena's engagement. Next speaker, please.
So happy to see the tag here. And questions from the GSA. Thank you. A couple of comments. Comment was made, drought versus natural flows. A good way to see the example of this is go to Ritchie Creek or Mill Creek. They're in parks, and they have little to no groundwater pumping, and they flow year-round, even during the drought. Ritchie Creek and Mill Creek were flowing beautifully. And if you go up a little further to Cyrus, or you go down to Dry, as soon as you get into the groundwater pumping, the streams are dried up. There's not enough dedicated groundwater and interconnected stream monitoring benefits, questioning the benefits of having dedicated wells for this type of monitoring. We're suggesting, so Chris Malin, Executive Director of the Institute for Conservation Advocacy and Research and Education, we're requesting that the TAG pay more attention to the public trust, the right of people to fish, swim, and recreate in the river, and when in order to do that, you need flows and you need clean water. And because of the reduced amount of flows, we have decreased water quality. We have concerns for cyanobacteria, which are hazardous toxic blooms. So on the way to dewatering, while the river is being dewatered, and it's been dewatering since 2005, and more so during the drought, you have to worry about these toxic algae blooms. Also wondering about tidal encroachment and saltwater intrusion, if the TAG could address that. If the TAG could look into the California Environmental Flows Framework, which is a group of scientists from all over California convened by the State Water Resources Control Board, and they have a great amount of data on groundwater-dependent ecosystems and protecting those as critical for groundwater recharge. And they do have a model there that you could look at, and questioning the modeling using that Napa County is using, and whether it has metrics for climate change. Which is critical. If you have a groundwater model that doesn't have metrics built into it for climate change, then 10% reduction in groundwater pumping, where does that get you if you haven't considered climate change in the model? So that would be a good question for the TAG to address. We suggest that you, since you have extra money for wells, that you check Cyrus Creek and Redwood Creek. From our experience as with our volunteers and doing our 22 years of monitoring the Napa River watershed going into 30 different tributaries, we've seen year after year dewatering at Cyrus Creek as it comes into the valley floor. Above that, it's flowing. And the same with Redwood Creek, and there are a number of other creeks as well. But those are two suggestions for possible additional groundwater monitoring as it is connected to interconnected streams. Also, we suggest that the TAG look into recharge in terms of the watershed and look at the ecosystem value of our natural habitats higher up that absorb the rain, and it percolates down into the groundwater, which then eventually flows to the Napa River. So we know that the Department of Water Resources asks that when you develop the groundwater budget for the GSP, that recharge be considered and that the watershed be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in the boardroom.
Good morning, Peter Nissen, Calistoga, representing Napa County Farm Bureau. I also was a member of the advisory committee with the three other members that are here that handed off the plan to the GSA. A couple things I'd like to mention and go into that we'd like to see for the users, the stakeholders of the sub-basin and Napa County is to have a stronger outreach. That would include hopefully having evening meetings, maybe the TAG or other representatives of staff, similar to what you did in the advisory phase where we met at Upper Valley College or down here in Napa. We need to engage the water users and the stakeholders of this this sub-basin in a way that they are available. Here's a meeting at 9:30 in the morning. How many people in here are strong users or groundwater users? You have representatives of different organizations. It's going to take a stronger schedule of afternoon or early evening to get more people involved, because there's a lot of people who don't know what's going on. In the TAG, the communication, the transparency, the people you have in your email list and the way you agendize things, it's perfect for this sort of context, but we need to have more people involved. Second, the fee structure. We want to be part of that, on understanding how this thing rolls out. As Director Cottrell said, that in Sonoma County, they were given an opportunity to verify their water usage, but they used their own records, and without a meter on their well, their protest was denied. So everybody has to know what the availability of how this situation is going to be rolled out. You need community involvement in this fee structure. And I know that the TAG hasn't tackled it yet, but when it does, I think that you really need, the community to be involved in how this structure is going to be able to offset the budget that staff has said is $1.5 million right now. And as general funds within the county and grant money from the Department of Water Resources fall off the income source of revenue, then we're gonna need to know why we are gonna be asked to pay, you know, certain fees depending on the different types of users. We also need to know more data in why there is a 10% reduction ask. Why wasn't it 9? Why wasn't it 11? You know, people want to know exactly why a certain amount of reduction is asked, and I think we need that transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tom Falcon. I'm not with any group or concern, just an individual, just have some observations. There's a lot of talk about recharging the groundwater, and at the same time, we have this push to tear out dams for some strange reason. I just wonder if anybody is concerned or wonders why that is happening. Possibly slow down the destruction of the dams so that until we figure out really what's going on with the water. One of the things that's clear if you talk to county staff, if you ask them point blank, who owns the water under the ground, who owns it, they will tell you that the state owns it. They control it. It belongs to them. I think legally, the county council would probably disagree with that, should disagree with that the water underneath belongs to the people. You're tasked with managing it only. So I just want people to be cautious when they start talking about controlling the water. They don't deny access to a property owner who's entitled to water because there may be a case for inverse taking. Also, these processes seem to be void of adequate coverage with the processes and the communication to the public and the contractors, how it's handled. For instance, I asked staff recently to give me the process for drilling a well. If you happen to run onto a dry well, what happens then? Well, there was no answer, and there still is no answer. We just haven't addressed that yet. It may or may not happen. It doesn't happen all that often. So instead, we'll just ignore it until someone brings it up. Probably, you know, Water Audit California brings it up, or somebody does. Those things need to be addressed ahead of time if you're going to start restricting water. Also, there is a significant date, 1914, that needs to be addressed and probably should be included in the database because people who have been using water before 1914 have different water rights than anyone after that date. Possibly add that to the database. I doubt that anybody that's currently running the Groundwater Sustainable Agency even understands anything about the 1914 date. That's just a couple of observations.
Thank you. Next speaker in the boardroom. Seeing none, I'll turn to the phone lines.
All right, Chair, on the first line, we have 2 callers. So we'll take a brief pause and introduce each other. First caller.
Good morning. It's William McKinnon calling, and actually I think the second call was probably more likely appropriate for the discussion of the ground jury response, and in particular the water district issue. I have a solution to all of your problems, and I'm really trying to find a slot to put it in. I don't think this is the right slot. I think the next one is. There are some things I would like to say about this. First of all, on the issue as to whether or not groundwater pumping is actually causing watering of your water courses. We've turned in a comment letter. Exhibit 5 to that is Dr. Graham Fogg, who's a hydrogeologist and professor emeritus at UC Davis, extremely well respected. We put in his CV, and he says, yes, you're drying the rivers. As to the question as to whether or not this is a function of drought or pump function of groundwater, we've attached Exhibit 4, the report of Dr. Ted Grantham, UC Berkeley professor of hydrology and familiar to, I believe, everyone that is professionally involved. Dr. Grantham says there is no relationship between the drying of the streams and precipitation. He shows it in two lovely graphs, one in which he shows the precipitation as a random spattering of dots until you mathematically calculate them and determine over the period of time there's no change at all. So, as to the law, I appreciate the shout out from the previous speaker. Hello to you, sir. We've attached a report of Dr. Kerrigan Bork. Dr. Bork is a professor of law at UC Davis, and he is going to explain to you exactly what your duties are with regard to Sigma, and I trust you. He is very familiar with pre-1914 rights. On the issue of collecting data, I would like to offer to you a solution we found to be particularly useful. They're called data loggers. They're about the size of a package of cigarettes, and we're deploying them, purchasing them, deploying them, and recapturing them for $300 a year. And we put them down in the areas where LSCE and your agency have determined are drying. Those areas are part of an exhibit in Dr. Fogg's report, and we just go out there and drop them down, and dang, when it goes dry, the data logger catches it. On the issue of monitoring wells, really, respectfully, I think the problem is that you are not looking at it from a large enough perspective. And when I get to speak on the issue of a water district, I think I can explain how you can just take what you've already got and with very, very little engineering effort, remedy all of your problems without all of this angst.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to speaking on the next item.
Next speaker, please.
Is there anyone else on this line? Christian?
Kristen, I think we could, what we want to do is play Joey Elbridge's comments on a water district. Maybe this is as good a time as any.
Excuse me, this is public comment limited to 12A. I believe, Mr. McKinnon, you already spoke on this item.
Yep, thank you for your public
comment. 12A.
It's not Bill McKinnon. It's Kristen Autry, and we're determining whether this item with GSA is appropriate or the next item with your CEO and the grand jury is important.
You do have 3 minutes in regards to item 12A. We are not considering the grand jury responses at this time.
Okay.
And given our time limitations, I do not believe that actually will be before our lunch break. So you have 3 minutes on 12A. If you do not have comments on 12A, I'll move on to the next speaker.
Many people may not realize is we really do have connections by pipelines. So we are more connected than people might realize.
Speaker, can you please identify yourself?
On a regional basis, one link that many of us have.
Speaker, will you please identify yourself?
Or today are using state water projects.
Okay. Okay. We will not accept a recording as public comment. An actual person must be speaking to the Board of Directors of the GSA. I'll terminate this public comment and I'll move on to the next speaker.
All right, next speaker is Molly. Oh, hold on, sorry, Molly disappeared. Molly, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, now I can hear you. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Molly Moran-Williams, the Industry and Community Relations Director for the Napa Valley Grape Growers. We represent nearly 700 members with a mission to cultivate viticultural excellence and environmental stewardship for the Napa Valley. We've been very involved over the last 2 years with the GSP process, having participated on the GSAC and have continued to actively support county staff in the rollout of the plan. We survey our members annually on water use practices and trends, and these surveys show that growers are invested deeply in water conservation and also very interested in more programming and support in achieving greater water savings. We presented 2022 findings to the TAG and plan to present 2023 findings as well. We're talking to county staff about the timing of that. But in 2023, 97% of respondents said that they wanted more educational programs related to water use and water conservation. And nearly all growers here are actively implementing a number of water conservation practices, including cover cropping, rootstock selection, soil management practices, vineyard irrigation evaluation, monitoring plant water status, and more. And many growers are leveraging use of a variety of water sources, including use of ag ponds and recycled water to reduce impact on groundwater. Regarding continuing to collect data on usage, the best, most efficient way to collect data is through sample monitoring sites, as opposed to metering all wells, which is an expensive and hard to implement process. And we're able to do a lot to support representative site modeling, including identifying sites that represent different vineyard soil types, farming techniques, and other factors. And due to our growers' great interest in our long track record of success in educating growers on best practices, we actually received a grant this past year from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Risk Management Agency, to expand our education on water management in a drought and converting to recycled water and complying with the GSP. So using these funds, we hosted a comprehensive water forum in 2023 and included county staff in that. And these recordings and presentations are still available on our website. That's something I'd love to share with you all if I haven't done so already. And just all of this to say that we're really committed to this process. One thing I'd like to add as a caution, though, is just to ensure that the county continues to do proper outreach prior to implementation. You know, we are still working on the development of the work plans. The county is still working on this, which is a huge step, but that means that even with our outreach, growers have yet to really know what implementation entails. So I just advise the county to put its efforts towards workshopping a successful plan and to prioritize outreach to help with the long-term success of this plan. And, you know, talking about things like fee structures publicly really need to come after the plan is understood, and then does really need to involve ample community process and involvement. I appreciated comments about, you know, talking more about incentives and helping growers build on these practices and transitions. And lastly, as far as some other topics for the TAG to look into or continue to look into, you know, I think it's always of interest to us to look into increases in de minimis user usage, and also to consider land management strategies that aren't only about pumping and turning on and off the tap. So some of our river restoration work, for example, that growers have undertaken has been really beneficial to the aquifer. So that's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Garrett. Garrett,
Hi, thank you. Just wanted to add a couple of items to this. Thank you, Molly. Echo your comments. On the data collection and metering, you know, as others have said, it's very possible to statistically sample voluntary sites and get really great accuracy of total usage and methodology of usage, and certainly would meet the requirements for us to verify a 10% reduction in pumping. The GSPAC discussed at length the importance of education and outreach. That's really, we've shown time and time again, that's the way to move the needle. You know, as we talk about a 30-year time horizon for these vineyards, being able to get a lower water use property when I have the opportunity to, and having that land somewhere within the GSP timeline is really, really, really powerful. As we design vineyards today, we're building them not to be so water dependent like they were in the past. That's what really moves the needle, and I think all sorts of efforts to encourage that should be looked at through this TAG process. As David Graves mentioned, this plan gets revised every 5 years, so we really don't have to hit 100 miles per hour right out of the gates. We can baby step our way into this and get broad adoption for these basic concepts, so that we don't create any sort of adversarial position that we're in with the majority of water users. So I would caution us to go too fast on this process. A couple of points on metering. The MST has nearly 20 years of data that is very costly for us to collect and submit to the county. We do this twice a year on a large majority of properties. in the MST, and I'm unaware that this is making that process any better. It's just creating a lot of additional cost and something that we can understand the stability of the basin without having to provide that type of data. So just keep that in the back of your mind there. Lester's comments were very on point, and you know, this data collection component can be solved with some very simple statistics and doesn't require a lot of cost to get that done. I'll echo what Molly said. You know, switching the conversation to fees and other sorts of usage capping and things like that in advance of our outreach plans is a very, very, very big problem and will create a lot of issues with the final end user here. So I think accelerating that outreach plan, understanding the basics of this, and then, you know, it's okay to have a broad conversation about it, but going straight to the what do we charge everybody to get this process done is not really I think the best case. So I would recommend this be looked at again through the general plan dollars. We've created a tremendous amount of money towards this already, and perhaps we can reallocate that before we get into the fee conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other callers?
Oops, that concludes public comment.
I'll close public comment, bring it back to the GSA directors for any parting thoughts. Director Gallagher.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the comments that stood out to me from public comment. I did like some of these suggestions. Mr. Hardy had some great suggestions looking at dry farmed vineyards versus irrigated vineyards, trying to project our replanting rates. That sounds like a great idea to see what opportunities will potentially exist there. Also, the sensors around continuous data stream, and that sounds interesting. I think also it sounds like we need to make sure that the county modeling does take into account climate change. I know that's part of the GSP, so just making sure we're using modeling that allows for that. This whole issue of outreach, definitely very, very important. Sometimes that kind of gets put on the back burner. We're doing all of the actual work, but the outreach and education plan needs to be happening concurrently, and so making sure that that is being done, and also the idea of being more accessible. If we can, you know, have an evening meeting or have a meeting in a different location. Yeah, possibly up valley, just to make sure that we all are hearing from all users, and the tag really is able to get in conversations with users. And then Ms. Williams talked again about the educational programs and workshopping the plans with growers. Of course, good ideas. And then I wanted to just hear, we heard several times from speakers about the statistically sampling, voluntary sites versus metering, and I was curious to hear the thoughts of the tag on that.
Okay. Director Cottrell.
Oh, I think
just
maybe
really
I
quick,
might
the
have
more
wanted to-
data we have, the better, so we can validate those models. So I understand the logistics of not having everybody necessarily provide metering. From my perspective, where I work one-on-one with farmers, if they don't have that, I can't advise them. So I'm a little biased on that end, but the more data we have, the better, and then we'll see how we can go from there.
Thank you.
Director Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. Great public comment today, and I appreciate what Director Gallagher just said. I'm not going to go over that list. I just wanted to make the point, you know, we've heard from so many people the importance of outreach and education, and so really recognizing it's kind of a two-way street situation where the tag is looking for more data and the community is looking for more education. So any event or series of events that incorporate both of those, I think, would be positive, I'm hoping. And then appreciate all the what we've heard about fees, that this is not the moment to be discussing fees. And I brought them up because they're referenced in in the staff report today, and so maybe a clarifying point for the next tag meeting is just, we are not at that stage yet, or something that kind of identifies it and puts it in the appropriate place in the timeline, so that we don't launch into a discussion that we don't need to be having at this point. So, thank you.
Thank you. I see no other comments, questions from the Board of Directors of the GSA. I want to take this opportunity to thank the TAG. When we invited you, I don't think you anticipated spending 97 minutes of your life with us, but we want to thank you, not just for today, but for the work that you've done. It's very evident that it's been very thoughtful, very detailed, and we appreciate you coming before us as the subject matter experts to partner with us as we all traverse this new territory that we're living in post-Sigma. So with that, I believe we've might have exhausted this, but I'll just look to Jameson and make sure you have our direction and our input.
It was fantastic input. It was a very useful 97 minutes, so thank you for your time. It won't be the last. We have some good marching orders.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, this concludes this item, and we will take a 12-minute recess. I will ask the board to be back here at 11:20 for our next items. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. If we could please limit the chatter here in the boardroom. We are back from our recess. The next item that I'll introduce is item 13A. With us today is BCDC, the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, will provide a presentation on the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission Bay Adapt program. And I will introduce our staff, Deputy Director Mr. Rick Thomaser, on this item.
Yes, good morning and thank you. And I'm pleased to introduce Dana Breckwald, who's the Assistant Planning Director for Climate Adaptation at BCDC. And Dana's here this morning to provide us an update on BCDC's Bay Adapt program and some related matters. And this is a really nice follow-on to your GSA discussion this morning to hear now kind of what's going on regionally, planning in this case for sea level rise and other climate impacts that we face. And this, just point of reference, this board endorsed the Bay Adapt joint platform in March of 2022. So Dana's back just a little over a year since that occurred. So Dana.
Thank you, Rick. And it's a pleasure to be here and to meet some of you for the first time. Okay, hold on one second. That's fine. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I'll start here. I know Supervisor Ramos and Supervisor Gallagher are familiar with BCDC as our commissioner and alternate. But for those of you who aren't, I'll start with our origin story. So you can see here that the Bay was once much larger than it is today, but many of the wetlands and shallow areas have been filled to create land for development and agriculture. In 1960, the three women you see on the right here saw a bay being polluted and filled with development. So they fought to first form Save the Bay and then advocate for the passage of the McAteer-Petras Act, which is our enabling legislation, and thus BCDC, the nation's first coastal zone management agency, was born. Our work includes permitting projects in and around the Bay to minimize fill and maximize public access, as well as regional planning along its shorelines. If you hit next, there's a little animation, thank you. But over the last decade, we've had to pivot from an agency that was primarily responsible for managing a shrinking bay due to fill to now a growing bay due to sea level rise. Next slide. And while sea level rise is a California-wide coastal issue, it will be felt most acutely here in the Bay, with 2/3 of the impacts in the state occurring here. And climate change is not just a tomorrow problem. Temporary flooding today at king tides signals the areas that will be permanently underwater in the future. And in addition to overtopping, we're also facing erosion at our shoreline edges, beaches, and wetlands, as well as groundwater rise. So this is a multifaceted issue that is real for us today. Next slide, please. When we look at our interconnected systems across the Bay Area that will be impacted if nothing is done, a stark picture emerges. In as little as 40 years, we could see impacts to 5 million daily car commuters and 60,000 rail commuters, tens of thousands of existing housing units and planned housing units, as well as existing jobs and planned jobs, nearly 30,000 socially vulnerable residents, and 20,000 acres of depressional wetlands, lagoons, and tidal marshes that could drown. So it doesn't matter if you personally don't live near the shoreline, this will impact everyone in the Bay Area. Next slide. So here you see the Napa County shoreline, and while very little of Napa County actually touches the bay, the baylands in the south and the Napa River show us where flooding will occur in the future. This slide shows 12 inches of flooding, which is approximately equivalent to a king tide today. Next slide. Now this slide shows 52 inches of total water level, which is equivalent to 12 inches of sea level rise plus a 100-year storm, which is a very likely scenario for a 2050 storm event. And this also represents areas that could be permanently inundated by 2100. I love this map because it shows so clearly that sea level rise will reclaim the areas that we once filled. And next slide. And lastly, this is what 96 inches of total water level looks like. 96 inches might seem like a lot, but it's also a likely picture of what we can expect towards the end of the century in a storm event. And in this case, flooding does not necessarily go further inland, but the water depth deepens, changing the baylands from wetlands to open water. Next slide. So obviously there's a great need for adaptation to manage this inundation, but how much will it cost to the region? Recently, BCDC partnered with MTC ABAG to develop a cost estimate for adaptation projects to 4.9 feet. This is our best estimate of permanent inundation and a 100-year storm by 2050. The cost estimate was developed by inventorying existing and planned projects, as well as creating hypothetical placeholder projects for areas of the shoreline that would experience overtopping but do not yet have a project planned. So the total we came up with was $110 billion by 2050, of which $52 billion is already known or planned projects. And this map here shows the total for the region broken down by project type, gray, green, hybrid, or placeholders, as well as by county. And while $110 billion may seem like a staggering amount of money, we also know that if we fail to adapt, our losses by 2050 could be in the magnitude of $230 billion or greater, as private property and infrastructure become flooded and lose function. Next slide. So here's a snapshot of the information we gathered on Napa projects. And again, even though Napa doesn't touch much of the bay shoreline, significant restoration projects are already occurring, and of course, Napa is included in the SR 37 corridor mega project. So the county total for all projects and placeholders in Napa County is $5 billion. A big chunk of this is Napa's share of SR 37 alongside Marin, Solano, and Sonoma counties. That project in total is estimated to cost at least $8.3 billion. And in Napa, 19% of the total cost for the county is made up of placeholder projects providing estimates for protection. 73% of the cost is from green-gray hybrid projects, and 8% is from nature-based projects, and less than 1% from gray. And this is largely because of the restoration that's occurring in Napa County. So Napa County actually has the second highest percentage of nature-based projects. So as part of the study, we also developed a revenue forecast to estimate how much revenue the region can anticipate through 2050 for sea level rise adaptation from sources that already exist. Our estimate here is $5.5 billion, which builds on previous estimates included in Plan Bay Area 2050, and includes about $2.3 billion in new revenue. And of course, despite important increases in funding from the state and federal government recently, they represent barely a drop in the bucket for the $110 billion need. So recognizing this enormous gap, we explored new funding sources, including parcel taxes, ad valorem property taxes, and assessment districts. And for each strategy, we explored how much funding could be raised annually and initial equity implications, who would pay versus who would benefit. But the high-level finding here is that there's no silver bullet, no single revenue measure is predicted to be capable of addressing the funding gap. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say next slide. You can keep going. There we go. So without a doubt, sea level rise is going to require a radical reimagining of the bay's shoreline. And while adaptation is already occurring locally, it's not likely to happen fast enough, efficiently enough, or in a way that advances our larger regional goals if it occurs on a site-by-site or city-by-city basis. This is largely because flooding knows no boundaries. It doesn't matter if you protect yourself if your neighbor gets flooded. Our first line of defense is wetlands, which are being lost most rapidly. We have a patchwork of protective actions across the region, and there's competition for funding at the moment, but if we come together as a region, we can work together to secure funding. So this is where our Bay Adapt program comes in. In early 2020, BCDC started with a hypothesis. Can we bring together leaders across a wide variety of sectors to develop a consensus-driven strategy that lays out the actions necessary to adapt the bay shoreline to rising sea level to protect people and the natural and built environment. Sorry, next slide. I keep forgetting to say that. I'm used to doing my own slides. Okay, next slide. So the culmination of this effort over 2 years was the adoption of the Bay Adapt Joint Platform in October 2021. We engaged with over 360 participants through public workshops, worked with 81 practitioners in working groups, including local elected officials, staff, and technical advisors. We held specific focus groups in various parts of the region with various topic areas, and gave over 50 presentations around the region. So the joint platform identifies 9 actions and 21 tasks that are not identifying specific projects along the shoreline, but instead actions designed to overcome common barriers and set the stage for faster, more equitable adaptation. And it has since been widely endorsed by over 55 cities, counties, and special interest groups, including all of you. Next slide, please. So the Bay Adapt initiative is led by a number of leadership groups. Of course, we have our BCDC Commission providing guidance, as well as our Rising Sea Level working group. But we've also launched a local elected task force, which includes 2 elected officials from each county who are primed to become major adaptation champions in their jurisdictions. In Napa, our task force members are Anna Cretion from the Napa Valley Reclamation District, excuse me, and Mark Joseph, council member from American Canyon. We also have an executive director level group to oversee implementation of all the Bay Adapt tasks, and an advisory group to oversee our regional shoreline adaptation plan, which I'll talk about next. So of the tasks in the joint platform, we have 2 major tasks that are underway right now. The first is our regional shoreline adaptation plan. This is our major implementation task of the joint platform, which is a region-wide plan for the Bay that guides the creation of coordinated, locally planned sea level rise adaptation actions that work together to meet regional goals. Next slide, please. So rather than a single document or plan, we're using the term to actually describe 3 key parts. The first is the development of regional sea level rise adaptation planning guidelines. These guidelines will establish a common approach to local adaptation planning and be rooted in the region's shared vision and region-wide adaptation goals. The second part is providing funding and technical assistance to apply these guidelines towards multiple sub-regional or multi-jurisdictional adaptation plans around the region. And lastly, we're developing an online mapping platform that will be used to help users access relevant regional information to prepare these plans. But then once the plans are completed, the strategies that are locally identified along the shoreline will be knit together at a regional level to form a comprehensive plan for the entire Bay shoreline. 2 points that we are really looking to elected officials to help us with. First is to drive the participation and engagement in the development of the guidelines by your constituents to make sure they are useful and relevant in your part of the Bay. We'll be doing a significant outreach effort this fall, including workshops and pop-up events. And second, to help generate buy-in for voluntary participation in using the guidelines for the development of sub-regional plans. At this point, it is voluntary, although there is legislation that would create mandatory guidelines that NBCDC would review these plans. Next slide, please. Another task called out in the joint platform was to look for ways to accelerate shoreline projects through permitting. We've initiated a program at BCDC to look at our own laws, policies, and processes to do just this. Next slide. And in this program, we've identified 5 key areas where we're going to focus our work. First is making permitting faster and more efficient via our own internal processes, making our regulatory program easier to navigate and more transparent to the public and to users, removing policy roadblocks to effective nature-based adaptation, working with our other regulatory partners, since we are only one piece of the regulatory puzzle and we're often last in line. And then lastly, reimagining BCDC's role in the region. If you recall, we were created to stop bay fill, and our charge has changed quite significantly since then. Next slide, please. So here are our next steps that we would really love buy-in from elected officials from. The first is to identify leaders. There's no one clear agency that's tasked with any of this in the region, specifically around securing and distributing funding. So we need to come up with a plan for that. We obviously, as a regionally functioning agency, we do think it's critical to continue to plan regionally. Local projects are important, but they must fit within a larger program that protects communities around the Bay. We need to advocate more to get our fair share of influence and state and federal dollars. We need to prioritize early investments. Projects are beginning to be built now. We need to support that while planning for the long term. We need to link resilience funding to other regional needs such as housing and transportation. And then lastly, develop a strategic regional approach to funding and implementing adaptation around the region. And then my last slide here is just ways that we think local electeds can stay involved. You can sign up to see what we're doing, be a champion for adaptation in your own jurisdictions. Make sure you're communicating with BCDC about plans and projects you want to develop. We're always looking for new relationships with CBOs. And then lastly, I mentioned an outreach phase this fall for the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan. Let us know if you'd like to host a presentation, workshop, field trip, or other event. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you, Dana, coming to BCDC, being present here. I think that this is, as we were talking about water, and its importance to everything when we really look at the system as a whole. Our connectivity to the bay is an essential part of that, and as we see these changes in bay level, it's important for us to have these as part of our considerations before us as we're making policy changes. Any questions from the board?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make a comment that maybe District 1 and 5 would like to host a workshop or a field trip.
We would love to.
Since we do have a lot of people in our district who will be probably the first to feel the effects of sea level rise. And so that would be great. So we talk offline and see if maybe we can do a workshop and a field trip in the future, near future. Okay. But thank you so much for the presentation.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, thank you. You know that your solutions or mitigations are, levees, horizontal levees, wetland creation, sort of all around the bay. Is part of your charge to get to sort of a plan line drawing of, where all that wants to sit? Because there's going to be this push and pull between private property owners along the bay's edge.
No, not under our current authorities, and I don't think that there's appetite for that at the BCDC level. Land use is inherently local, and we have sort of a very clear set of policies and underlying legislation that drives our authorities. So we wouldn't want to put anything out that made it look like we had a preferred specific project for any given location. Our approach is really to develop the policies that would help to shape the kinds of projects that we'd like to see. And we may be changing our policies in the future to change the type of sea level rise adaptation projects that we think are going to reach our regional goals. But at this point, it's not a goal for BCDC to develop that information.
So you'd be referred any projects that are along the bay or within your jurisdiction, and you would advise the local jurisdiction on decision making? Is that your role?
Yes. So the way that I've proposed here in the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan is that we're developing guidelines for adaptation plans, and those would get to a point where individual jurisdictions or multiple jurisdictions working together would develop adaptation approaches for each reach of the shoreline using the guidelines that we've set out, which are best practices, minimum standards, things like that. But then the projects are developed locally, included in the plan, that's then submitted back to BCDC, and then it would begin the permitting process. But our vision is that the planning component would flow consistently into our permitting processes. So we're really in the middle of updating everything to ensure that sort of smooth transition of adaptation projects.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, comments from the board, I'll open public comment. Public comment on the Bay Adapt program. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, go to the phone lines. Seeing none on the phone lines, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you. Thank you so very much for being with us. We apologize for our tardiness in this, but we really appreciate BCDC as a partner, and we'll look at discussing with you potential workshops and tours in District 1 and 5. And a few CBOs that you can coordinate have also come to mind, so we will reach out further on that. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for your time and attention.
Next item we will call, I'm going to take them a little bit out of order. The first is going to be under administrative item 11B. This is the County Executive Officer request a number of actions regarding the board's responses that we review and provide input on proposed responses. The first one that I'm going to ask that we take would be the Mental Health Crisis Services Report. Joining us is our analyst, Mr. Sanchez.
Hi, good morning. I'm Daniel Sanchez. I'm an analyst in the CEO's office. I'll briefly run through the script, so I know I may have to do it a few times, but it's all right. So the grand jury is an independent investigative body composed of community members. They have the power to scrutinize public agencies, officers, transactions, and each year the grand jury produces various reports covering public agencies, including the County of Napa. In keeping with Penal Code 933, county departments and the Board of Supervisors have 90 days to provide responses to the presiding judge. The response that we're going to be considering now, is mental health crisis services in Napa County. The departments are here and available to answer questions regarding the reports, findings, and recommendations. Staff would like direction on the recommendations. Should the board wish to edit the response, staff will return in the next board meeting with a revised response. And we ask that the board approve the responses after that and authorize the chair to sign a transmittal letter to the presiding judge. And finally, we would like to thank the grand jury members for their service. So at this time, if you're ready to discuss the responses to the mental health report.
We are, and I do want to acknowledge and thank the grand jury members that are present here today for this proceeding. If we could, Mr. Sanchez, walk us through the mental health responses that we have, the findings, and then we'll go one by one if the board has any comments or suggested changes to each of those.
If the board wants to comment on one in particular, but typically we go through one by one of the findings and then the recommendations. But yes. It's
I'm moving to that page, and so for my colleagues, it's page 533 of our agenda packet. So looking at, we'll walk through finding number 1. If there are any suggested changes or discussion to be had on the Director of HHSA's response to finding number 1, which are tentative responses that we agree with the Director's response. Supervisor Gregory.
I also want to thank the grand jury members and those of you that are here. Good to see you. I think the summary and the response to finding 1 really encapsulates an amazing amount of progress we've made in just a few years. I won't repeat all of it, it's right there. And a lot of this was in flux and happening while the grand jury was studying the issue. So I just want to call out anybody paying attention, the summary and the response to finding 1 really, really tells the story. And I want to thank our HHSA director back there and our behavior health services director who's also back there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gregory. Certainly I think most illustrative here is the work that's been done for mobile crisis and that work being underway and being able to meet people where they're at, and we do hope that this response is informative to the grand jury and continues this discussion. Seeing nothing else on finding number 1, we'll move on to finding number 2. This is in regards to the crisis stabilization unit's capacity constraints and exclusionary policies. And the Director of Health and Human Services has provided us again a very detailed response here, to which we are partially in agreement with the finding. Are there any questions or concerns in regards to finding number 2? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to finding number 3. Finding number 3 in regards to the capacity to treat individuals is and its relationship to detox services. The director provides a response here, and we are in partial agreement with the finding. Are there any questions or suggested changes to the response? Seeing none from my colleagues, I'll move on to finding number 4. Finding number 4 is in regards to 5150 holds and the relationship to those holds for those that are in Queen of the Valley Hospital. This one does have a disagreement with the finding of the grand jury and a detailed response that has followed. Are there any comments or suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 5. And finding number 5 is about the diversion to Queen of the Valley Hospital as it relates to mental health. I do see a light here. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that I agree with our HHSA director comments here. It really is important to understand that hospitals are need to build capacity to treat mental health emergencies, whether or not they're accompanied by a physical emergency. We cannot expect that the county and the community-based organizations and private providers are going to be able to handle the huge numbers of people, frankly, who need mental health services and are in mental health crisis. And we do need our hospitals, both our hospitals, to step up and build that capacity to both diagnose and to treat. And just having worked in the health and human services sector for many decades, I can say that they need to be part of this solution, and we need to find ways to help them build that capacity or help them understand that it is part of their obligation to be part of the solution here. So just wanted to emphasize that, and thank you for that detailed response, and frankly all of the very detailed responses. Very well done. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think that what we want to say for both finding 4 and 5 is that the director agrees with the finding and the supervisors agree with
the director.
Yeah, and that we're in this moment where we don't have all the facilities that we do need. I appreciate how Supervisor Gallagher framed it, and again, just to take a moment to thank staff and HHSA director for putting in the time here, because it just gives us one more document that tells the story of where we are in the county and what has been done thus far. So thank you for that.
So I think that's a suggestion, Mr. Sanchez, that on findings 4 and 5 that the board agrees with the director's response and with the finding, as we're limiting ourselves to one line on that one. We'll move on to finding number 6. Finding number 6, discussing the interactions of substance abuse, medical, and homelessness issues. Are there any suggested changes? I think I will just say I do think it is noteworthy that it was included by the director, the pursuing of master data system, as we've talked about this cloud-based enterprise data system to be able to integrate all of the data points and the touch points that we have with the clientele that we serve through various departments, whether it be through behavioral health, through supportive services, or whether it even be from housing or even probation. I think that that is an incredibly important point to raise to the grand jury, that integrated data will be able to help us better respond. Seeing none, we'll move on to finding number 7. Finding number 7 is in regards to the mobile response team. And what is noted is that we will be contracting to expand this to a 24-hour response service, and incorporating by reference the responses to findings 1, 4, and 5. Any suggested changes? I think this is one of, personally, I think this is one of our greatest contributions that we've been able to, investments we've been able to make to the system. Having personally observed an actual outreach by our mobile response team, I look forward to being able to expand this in the near future to 24/7. Seeing none on finding 7, I'll move on to finding 8. This is in regards to data. Again, our enterprise data system is coming, a commitment that the board has already made, and that's included in the response. Are there any questions, comments? Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, that was my question when I read this. Is I had in mind our big data project, which, you know, I've gotten some of the details, but it would also involve probation and homeless services. Is this new electronic health record dubbed credible part of that program or separate? And if it is part of it, it might bear mentioning.
Yeah, let me defer to HHSA staff and potentially our IT director. I don't know if he's in here, but he is around who might be able to help us out.
I think
Here, I'll recognize
Yasumoto's got it.
Director Yasumoto.
Hi, good morning, Chair Greg Ramos and board members. The Credible system is actually our electronic healthcare record for our behavioral health services. So the master data that we're pursuing, this system would plug into that.
Okay.
But as your board knows, we just transitioned as of July 1 to our new EHR. We have been with a prior system for the last 14 years, and things change and data needs have grown. So we're very much looking forward to enhanced data that we can pull out of an updated EHR, in which our contract providers, we're also hopeful, can come into that system as well, giving us an even broader look.
Thank you for that response. Here, see any suggested changes on finding number 8. We'll move on to finding number 9, which is in regards to the Crestwood contract. There are any suggested changes or corrections? I would imagine if, with the board's indulgence, Mr. Sanchez, for those items where the board is agreeing with the director's response of saying that we incorporate, we agree with the director and the determinative finding as has been laid out in this. In regards to recommendations, we'll go one by one. Recommendation 1. This is in regards to mental health beds, qualified mental health beds, building capacity, and the recommendation has been implemented. Here we are agreeing with the director. Any changes or suggestions on recommendation 1? Seeing none, I'll move to recommendation 2. Recommendation is building capacity in regards to detox facilities and not specifically within the CSU. This recommendation has not been implemented, but the director does agree with it. Are there any suggested changes, corrections? Seeing none, we will stick with our response on recommendation 2. Moving on to recommendation 3. This is in regards to the capability and policy regarding mental health crisis and medically stable, and the location of treatment. The director's response is that the recommendation will not be implemented due to practical infeasibility. Are there any suggested changes or corrections? Here we are agreeing with the director's response. Supervisor Cottrell.
I think what this paragraph is trying to say is because of its practical infeasibility. But
you're right. I said infeasibility, but it does say feasibility on line 3.
yeah,
Yes.
I think we want it.
I think it is
I think the point
infeasibility.
is
The second sentence, I read it, I'm looking at it, but I said infeasible. But if we could go ahead and correct that, instead of practical feasibility, we say practical infeasibility. Thank you for that. That was my brain supplementing the writing. Okay. Recommendation number 4. Regional resource collaboration, working with our various partners, including law enforcement. The response is that this recommendation has been implemented, and we are agreeing with the director's response. Any suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation 5. Recommendation 5 is specifically in regards to the 5150 hold at Queen of the Valley Hospital, and who is capable of lifting this hold, and this recommendation per the director's response will not be implemented. And there is a very thorough explanation as to why, and we are in agreement with this. Any questions or concerns on this response? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation 6. Recommendation 6 is publishing in the annual report the number of 5150 holds, and those people data related to the mobile crisis, the mobile response team and the crisis stabilization unit. And this has not yet been implemented, but the director agrees with the recommendation. We are agreeing with the director. Any changes, concerns? See none, we'll take 6 as written, and we'll move on to recommendation 7. Recommendation 7 in regards to 24-hour staffing to the mobile response team. As stated before, this will be implemented on December 31st. We are agreeing with the director's response. Seeing no changes or corrections here, we'll move on to recommendation 8. And this is for the contract renewal as it relates to Crestwood for accurate reflection of duties and performance requirements. The director's response is that this has been implemented, and we are agreeing with the director's response. Any recommended changes? Seeing none, before I open public comment, I just really do want to acknowledge our Director of Health and Human Services and our staff and behavioral health who have all been a part of these responses. They have been very thoughtful and very thorough, and honestly a really great opportunity to share the work that has been years in the making, and we're finally able to see the fruits of those years of dedication. Seeing no other comments from the board, I'll open public comment in the boardroom. This is in regards to item 11C, only specifically right now, the mental health crisis stabilization report. Seeing none in the board, I'll go to the phone lines.
There's one caller.
Thank you.
Give up the clock, please. Okay, we have William on the line. William?
Mm-hmm.
William, are you there?
I have no comments on this calendar item. I'm waiting for the later calendar item pertaining to the water agency.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll call on you later at that time.
That's at 1:30, sir. You'd want to call back much later.
Okay, at this time, having no other public comment on the phone lines, I'll close public comment in regards to the mental health crisis services report, and I'll ask for the board, with the recommended changes that we have made, assuming Mr. Sanchez needs no further direction, I will entertain a motion for approval and transmittal of these responses to the grand jury pursuant to section 933.
So moved.
Second, but we made some changes, so it has to be unedited. What's your pleasure?
I could bring this back during the next board meeting when we hear the other ones, and it'll still be within the timeline.
Later today, you mean?
No, during the next board meeting in September,
Right.
this could go on your consent as part of your consent items, with your recommendations, with your edits already incorporated in addition to any of the other ones, that the groundwater, for instance, if you had any comments there, we would bring those that you did make edits to and bring it at that time, and it's still within the timeline to send to the judge. So the timeline's not the issue, wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, so I think at this point what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we've given sufficient direction to staff. At this time, I won't close out this item, and then we can, during the recess, we can talk about the next steps. I think there might be a way for us to be able to get this done today. So with that, this item is concluded for now. We will go into closed session. I anticipate that we'll be back from closed session about, we're going to anticipate 1:15. And then we do have flood at 1:30. So we will have somewhat of a bifurcated afternoon at this time. We are recessed into the previously announced closed session. Thank you.
Welcome to today's meeting of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. I'll call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Director Ramos? Here. Director Pedrosa is excused. Director Painter?
Here.
Director Moeller?
Here.
Director Lopez Ortega is excused. Director Garcia?
Here.
Director Gallagher? Here. Director Doran?
Here.
Director Cottrell?
Here.
Director Sedgley is excused. And Chair Gregory?
Here. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Today we have one set of minutes to approve from our last meeting on June 27th. Any public comment on our minutes today? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve, Garcia.
Thank you. Motion by Director Garcia, second by Director Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. All right, we're on to consent items, and one change to the agenda, item 5C, will be pulled and brought back, would we say next meeting? Okay. Simply due to a quorum issue, this one requires a 4/5 vote, and we're not quite there. So we'll bring that back. There are two consent items, A and B, up for action today. Any public comment on the consent calendar items 5A or 5B? Seeing none, I should have checked the phones too. Anybody on the phones? Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
Who was that? Thank you. Motion by Director Painter, second by Director Cottrell. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to public comment. This is public comment related to anything not on our agenda today, but within our jurisdiction. Any public comment in the room? Not seeing any. How about on the phone?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, close public comment for today and get right into 8A, which is a monthly update on the flood control project. Mr. Thomaser or Mr. Butler?
Good afternoon, Rick Thomaser, District Manager.
Andrew Butler, District Engineer. So we've got just a short update on our activities related to the flood walls north of the bypass project. We've completed the 35% design submittal. That's out for comment both locally in the city and with the Corps of Engineers. We're expecting comments to be in on the 28th next week. We've been working with the Corps on the environmental clearance documents. We're updating our old EIR from 1998 as far as some of the changes that are being implemented on this project. And we've been coordinating with the Corps to draft that document and make sure it's done in time for the construction of this next phase. Our land acquisition has also been moving along. Our appraisals are almost totally complete for the phase 1 of our land acquisitions, and we're expecting that the first offers for the right-of-way should go out either late this week or early next week. With that, I think we can take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. If you mentioned, I missed it just now, but the 35% design level public meeting.
The public meeting we haven't actually scheduled yet. We're looking at doing it like a web meeting, a Zoom meeting for that one, since that seems to be a little easier for most folks to attend. So when we get a date for that, we'll be sending it out and we'll notify the board as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
We wanted to make sure the Corps got their eyes on the design and make sure there was no issues, from their perspective before we went back to the public. So
yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody? Last call. Okay. Thank you both. Appreciate these regular updates. Mr. Thomas, you want to stay there? And is there a director or district manager engineers report?
Just a couple items. Just wanted to update you on the we're progressing the Lake Berryessa water contract with the Bureau. It's been a little slow in getting started. They've had some change of staff, and but we did have a pretty good call with them yesterday, and they've committed to us to make it happen by February, which is when the contract expires for that. And we've got consultants in place. We actually retained two firms that are going to work together to do all the required environmental review, and they're actively getting going on that. So I'll keep you updated as that progresses. And then just a bit of good news that you may have heard. The grant funding is almost all in place for our acquisition of those 57 acres of vineyard in the South Wetlands area. And so we're basically just putting the last steps together for that. The one agreement's fully executed with state parks, and the Coastal Conservancy Board is meeting in September to approve the funding that they're providing. And we also have an appraisal completed on the property, so that all came in as expected, and we're starting to engage with the property owners to work towards something that we can bring to this board for their approval. So more on that in the coming months.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Thomaser? Seeing none, thanks very much. Okay. Any board of directors reports or announcements?
North Bay Watershed.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. North Bay Watershed had a couple of presentations, guest speakers on workforce development and retention. Given the dearth of qualified employees that we're all facing in many areas of employment, particularly in community service areas. Anyway, it's a way of generating new interest with the younger population to look for career paths in water and wastewater, and training opportunities to raise those who are currently employed so they have the certificates and certification, the training they need to move up in their career path. So that was good. It's just a way of trying to address the need for filling our vacancies. So that would be a summary of it. Thank you.
Appreciate that, and thanks for representing the district on the North Bay Watershed Association. Okay, anybody else? Nope. Any future agenda items? Seeing none. Okay, we're done. We'll adjourn to our next meeting, Tuesday, September 12th, 1:30.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are now back from our very not brief recess, and we will continue with item 11C, and this is the continuation, 11B, the continuation of the county executive officer's request regarding our grand jury report responses. The next item that, the next report that we will specifically take up, having already dealt with the mental health crisis services report, we will start with the groundwater management report.
Hi,
Mr.
good
Sanchez.
afternoon. I'm Daniel Sanchez in the CEO's office. The packet includes the proposed responses to the grand jury's findings and recommendations. The grand jury is an independent investigative body composed of community members. They have the power to scrutinize public agencies, officers, and transactions. In keeping with Penal Code 933, county departments and the Board of Supervisors have 90 days to provide responses to the presiding judge. And the response that we're going to be hearing right now is on groundwater management. The department representatives are available to answer any questions regarding their report, findings, and recommendations. Staff would like direction on each recommendation, and should the board want to edit the responses, staff can come back during the next board meeting on the revised responses. And again, we'd like to thank the grand jury for their service.
Thank you. For the benefit of my colleagues, this is on page 491 of your electronic packet, and we'll start as we did in the prior response with the findings, and somehow today has managed to be everything water. So on the first finding, a detailed finding provided by, and this is a technical question that I have, which is, it says interim director, which I'd imagine that these responses were done when we had not yet removed the interim part from Mr. Bordona's response. So I would just ask for consistency, given that we're considering this now, if we remove interim from each of those entries, if the board is in agreement with that. On finding number one, there's a disagreement with the finding number one, and a detailed response, including the work and the well monitoring that is being currently done, and our response to that is agreement with the director's response. So remove interim from that part as well. Daniel, please, are there any questions, concerns, suggested changes by the board on finding one and its response? See none, I'll move to finding two. This is that drought is still a concern in Napa County. The director, no longer the interim, agrees with that finding and provides a response, and the Board of Supervisors agrees with the director, not the interim. On finding number two, any questions, concerns, or suggested changes? Seeing none, we'll move on to finding three. That Napa County does not have an umbrella water agency. The director, not the interim, agrees with the finding and references the MSR done by LAFCO in 2020, and the board agrees with the director, not the interim's response. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, we'll move to finding number four. Groundwater over pumping can lead to land subsidence, saltwater intrusion, decreased water quality, and depletion of aquifers. The director, removing the interim, agrees with that finding and provides a detailed response to this, and the Board of Supervisors agrees with the director. And please remove interim from there. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number five. This is regarding education is critical for improved groundwater management. The director, not the interim, agrees with this finding, provides a response, including the work plans that we discussed this morning, actually. And the Board of Supervisors agrees with the director, not the interim, on finding number 5. Any questions? Supervisor Cottrell.
Just a comment, and I mean, it's specific to this one, but also the entire report, which again, I just want to commend staff and the department director for taking this opportunity to really provide a narrative about where we've been with groundwater and where we are going. And I found this was a pretty helpful synopsis if someone wants to understand where things are. So no changes, but just a helpful information that when we talk about education, as we did so much this morning, some of the information here would be helpful to get out to the public too.
Okay. Nothing on finding number 6. I'll move on to finding number 7. The director disagrees. We agree with the director. Are there any suggested changes or comments or questions on that? Seeing none. I will move over to finding number 8. And finding number 8 is the GSA's work and needing to implement plans as soon as possible. The director, removing the interim, strongly agrees, provides a detailed response, and we agree with the director's response. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. I thought that was.
Sorry, I was hitting the wrong button. Just going back on finding 7, I think we're missing a word in that. It says the Board of Supervisors agrees with the of. So just some cleanup on that language. I think it could either say with the finding of the director or with the director.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make that. This is finding 7 under the Board of Supervisors agrees with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, with the of, yes. Same on 6, actually. 6 and 7 do the same thing. Sorry, 5 and 7. The Board of, 5, it says the Board of Supervisors agrees with the of. So if we could, happens on 5, 6, 7. Supervisor Cottrell, or sorry, Gallagher.
I made a note that I saw this and now I can't find it, but I think in 6, we use the word water board as one word when I think we mean water board.
This is in which recommendation is this?
I think it's in finding 6 somewhere.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah.
We could separate those.
Okay, thank you. Just don't want anybody thinking we're meeting with people who do waterboarding.
Oh my.
Page 10. So we'll make those edits.
Just one moment. I completely just lost my agenda. Let me get here. Go ahead, Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize for going back to finding 7. I just wanted a little bit of clarification, and I'm not sure that it requires a change in the text, but one of the things it says, it's talking about the governor's executive order, and in recognition of that order and GSP requirements, CEQA and public trust and intensifying drought. At some point that executive order may go away. And so I just wondered if we could get a little bit of, elaboration from staff about if if the executive order goes away, do these other pieces, these other factors, all stay in place so that what the current track of action is will continue? Or if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. If the governor's EO goes away, the rest of it does not. Is it not on? Okay, it's a green. The light is green, but. How about this one? Okay. If the governor's executive order goes away, the other aspects do not. All those other competing priorities still exist, so we don't anticipate making any change to that as a result of the governor's order if it were to be rescinded.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure if that's worth spelling out in here. I guess maybe that's a question for staff, if that should be in here.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make that change.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have our recommendations to walk through. I'll start with recommendation number 1. The response regarding groundwater monitoring. We discussed this today. Recommendation has been implemented. If we could please remove interim from the response. On recommendation number 2, the recommendation says requires further analysis, and we agree. Are there any questions, concerns, recommended changes? Seeing none, I'll move to recommendation 3. Recommendation 3 is creating increased awareness of groundwater preservation. We know from this morning that has been implemented, and we have continued work plans underway for this. We agree with the director's response, and we'll be removing interim from that. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation number 4 regarding communication of the permitting process. The director's response, removing interim, is that it has been implemented, and we are agreeing with the director's response. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation number 5. This is regarding reporting out on the number of wells and output and storage tanks. And the response is it's partially been implemented by the director. If we can remove interim, and we are agreeing with the director's response. That one has that weird with the of at the bottom, Mr. Sanchez, if we can tighten that up. Any questions or concerns from the board on this one? I'm going to go ahead, so that we're not blending items, I'm going to go ahead and take public comment on the groundwater management report responses. So this is public comment limited to the groundwater report responses. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, I'll go to the phone lines.
Okay. We have one public comment. We have William. Oh, William, are you there?
Make this a surprise in that I think I may have available to you a solution to your problems. We have secured and are aware of in excess of 1,000 acre-feet of stored water in behind Con Dam and Rector Reservoir and in Rector Reservoir. This water is dedicated to the purpose of the environment, and the owners of the dams have accepted that and are willing to do it. But because of geographical conditions, the water cannot be best used in the downstream reach below those dams. That is to say, below Rector and below Con Dam, the water is released, and it does not really serve a good environmental purpose given the circumstances of the moment. I have sent around to you comments that Joy Elridge made at our forum having to do with the interconnectivity of your community's water supply, which is the water district matter that was addressed in finding 3 and recommendation number 2. We believe that for very little economic cost or engineering effort, it would be possible to replace the groundwater extractions in St. Helena with water that is now currently being stored by the city of Napa and the Department of Veterans Affairs. And even more, it would be possible to increase the wheeled water supply up to Calistoga and allow them to dedicate Kimball Dam to environmental purposes. The net result would be rewatering of your waterways without the necessity of doing anything other than realigning what is already there. And a great deal of the angst in groundwater management will be alleviated. Granted, you can put in rock veins and do other things to slow the flow of water and recharge groundwater, so this is not a totally isolated matter, but there's the point I wish to make. These things are being dealt with in isolation. If you look at them holistically, I think your solution is right there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. At this time, I'll close public comment on the groundwater management report. Having gone through all of the items, I want to thank staff, and you have some suggested typographical corrections to make and nothing substantive, Mr. Sanchez.
Well, is it the case that the board wanted those sentences added to, what was it, finding, I believe one of the findings, I believe that the finding 7, I believe the board wanted 2 sentences or 1 sentence added on elaborating what happens if the executive order goes away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that is my correction. So yes,
Wonderful.
with that addition on finding 7, and then adding, let's make sure that interim is removed from
Will do.
each designation. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. I had one more question about the final finding, or excuse me, recommendation, which is it speaks to kind of the information that the county has about wells and also storage tanks. And I'm not sure that, I think the recommendation is for the number, output, and of storage tanks. And again, that is, that could be proprietary, but I think it is a good thing for the county to track. So I'm not quite sure why that wouldn't be a reasonable thing to do.
Excuse me, from what's been explained to me, we don't require any kind of permitting for any tanks less than 5,000 gallons. So those are the only ones we're even required to permit, and we give building permits for them. And due to kind of the vagaries of our permit tracking system, apparently it's very difficult to even track the numbers of those, but it does seem a reasonable request, so maybe we can go back at that and see if we can take another stab at it.
Yeah, and I think this crosses over into fire protection a little bit, that having some mapping of where those tanks are in someone's database, whether that sits in PBES or somewhere else, I think would be helpful.
Okay. I think that provides sufficient direction on the groundwater management report responses. Do you feel you have sufficient direction to proceed, Mr. Sanchez?
Was it the case that the board wanted us to add information on the storage tanks within the recommendation, with recommendation 5? Or
I think that was
right.
more. Was it specific, Supervisor Cottrell? Was that specific to this response, or just in general that we?
Yeah, that's probably more general
Okay.
direction to be PBES.
Yeah, I think that's just a referral over to staff a potential of what that might look like if deemed appropriate, but not for this response.
In that case, we're done with this one.
Okay, excellent, thank you. We will move on, thank you, Ms. Crosby. We will move on to the next report, which is the Information Technology Services Report. And we will once again go through the exercise of findings and recommendations. You're gonna be great at this process. Okay, for the benefit of my colleagues, on page 510 of the agenda, starting with finding number 1, the Napa County has insufficient network bandwidth for increasing use of video conferencing, document imaging, large file management. The CEO and the CIO agree with the finding. What I would just add, just for completeness of this, Mr. Sanchez, if in our introduction we can parenthetical the county executive officer is CEO and CIO is the chief information officer, so that we have that, so it makes sense and there's reference to it throughout the document. And we agree with the finding. And I just wonder if for consistency purposes, board, if we say we agree with the finding and the response that was provided by the staff being provided. Because I think our agreement is with that statement that was made. So if the question is not called to us and we're agreeing, I think it should refer back to whom we are agreeing with.
Yeah, we could add that.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Yeah, I was just going to make the point that on the subsequent findings, it says agrees with the CEO. So I was just going to suggest that we figure out how to make that first finding, the statement there, consistent with the other ones to your
Great. Finding number 2, and that is about the length of time to develop an application. And the CIO and CEO agree partially with the finding, and we are agreeing with the CEO. Are there any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 3, short and sweet. Agree, agree, agree. Any suggested changes, concerns, comments? Great. We'll move on to finding number 4. This is regarding annual and department level budgeting, and talks about the budgeting limitations as it relates to ITS's budget and functionality, and we agree with the CEO's response. Any questions, concerns, changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 5. And on finding number 5, that there is not a comprehensive countywide strategy on IT infrastructure and applications. And the response from CIO and CEO is agreement with the finding, and we are agreeing with the CEO. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to the recommendations. On recommendation number 1 is that by June 1st of 2022, Napa County CEO articulates a vision for digital government that facilitates cross-department collaboration. The response is that the recommendation requires further analysis, and we are agreeing with the CEO. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation number 2, and that is the CEO adopt an annual IT strategic plan that includes multi-year objectives and investments. And the response is that this will be implemented. There is a draft 3-year strategic plan that is completed, and the board is agreeing with the CEO's response here. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation number 3, and that is that the CEO initiate a project to implement a common data management system that says that the recommendation will be implemented. And this refers to our enterprise data management system that we've already talked about today in a prior session of this, and that it will be a 3 to 4 year implementation process in phases. We are agreeing with the CEO's response. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to recommendation number 4. That the CEO consider a policy that new proprietary applications be deployed by exception only. And the response is that the recommendation requires further analysis, and we are agreeing with that response. Any questions, concerns, recommended changes? Okay. I'll move on to number 5. Number 5, that the CEO should consider a policy that existing proprietary applications be replaced by package applications. The response is that this too requires further analysis, and we are agreeing with that response. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, that brings me to the conclusion of the responses for ITS. Anything else from the board? At this time, I'll open public comment. This is public comment limited to the responses to the ITS grand jury report. None in the boardroom, on the phone lines? No one on the lines. I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board for the final one. And we're going to move on to the Napa County Juvenile Hall report and responses. And for the benefit of my colleagues, on page 520 of our package, we will find the findings. Finding number 1 is in regards to their overall staffing changes, that a reduction happened at 14% instead of 25%. Chief Probation Officer agrees with the finding and provided an explanation as to that change, and we are agreeing with the Chief Probation Officer. Any concerns, questions, or suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 2, that the New Horizons program has been discontinued and a new campaign program is in development. The Chief Probation Officer agrees with this finding, and the board is agreeing with the Chief Probation Officer. Any questions, concerns, or suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 3. The Shared Vision Consulting firm is currently identifying resources for youth in Napa County and plans to report back with specific recommendations. And the Chief Probation Officer partially agrees with this finding about the contracting with Shared Vision Consulting, but that this entity has not been contracted to perform program efficacy and evaluation. We are agreeing with the Chief Probation Officer. Any questions, concerns, or suggested changes? Seeing none, I'll move on to finding number 4, and that is that the juvenile halls and discussions with the county library to increase readiness resources for our juvenile hall youth. And the Chief Probation Officer agrees with this finding, provides an explanation of that work, and we're agreeing with the Chief Probation Officer. Any questions, concerns, suggested changes? Seeing none, I think it is noteworthy that the Chief Probation Officer expressed appreciation to the grand jury for the work done in evaluating juvenile hall and the challenges through COVID-19. Any questions, additional concerns from the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment, and this is on the responses for juvenile hall. There's no public comment in the boardroom. Do we have any on the lines? Seeing no public comment in the boardroom or on the lines, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Sanchez, we're good to go there.
Yes.
Excellent. Wow, we're done. I was just going to go on through. So, Mr. Sanchez, just kind of situationally, where are we going? We have a few suggested changes. Can you explain to the board what we can expect next on the transmittal of these final responses?
Sure. For the previous mental health one, because the changes were only related to typos and nothing substantive, that one can be sent directly to the presiding judge. With regard to the latest one that we just heard on the juvenile hall, that one there were no changes, so that one I think could be sent directly to the presiding judge. To the mental health, to the ITS, likewise, there were minor changes to add, spell out CIO whenever we list CIO. But I don't believe there were any other substantive changes on that one.
No.
The only one that I could note that there was potentially a change was on groundwater to add that one clarifying sentence or two, which we will add to the report. So besides that, that was the only other
Okay.
change to this.
So we'll go ahead, the 3 will be submitted, groundwater will come back to the board.
Correct.
And you can we can anticipate that to come back to the board?
The very next meeting.
Okay, excellent.
September.
Thank you. And I believe a member of our grand jury would like to make a comment, so I'll go ahead and recognize you.
Thank you. On behalf of the grand jury, I just wanted to say thank you to the Superior Court, to the Board of Supervisors, and the County Council, and all of the county employees that have helped us throughout this process. We really appreciate it. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, and we truly appreciate the collaborative work of the grand jury. I think while sometimes it may be viewed in a different light, it truly is a partnership in making sure that governance is at its highest efficacy, and the grand jury plays an instrumental role in that. So thank you very much, and please extend our gratitude to your colleagues. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Ramos.
I'm gonna ask for a motion on transmitting the ITS responses, the juvenile hall responses, and the mental health crisis services report responses.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and groundwater is continued until
To the next meeting.
To the
Yep.
next meeting. Thank you so much. Next, we will take up item 11C. The County Executive Officer requests the board direct staff to continue preparing phase 1 of the facilities master plan and more. And for that, I'll invite up our Assistant CEO, Ms. Becky Craig, as our tour guide in the final matter of the agenda on the day.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. I am here to check in. The board has had 2 or 3 reports with the staff since the first of the calendar year, and we are wanting to come back because we have progressed to a certain standpoint, and based on the actions of where we are, we anticipated taking one motion or action, and instead we are now asking for the board's reconsideration. So in January, the board heard a status update on all of the county's facilities from the Public Works Director and provided direction to go forth and hire a consultant to do a formal study and needs assessment. And with that, we went out to bid and we brought back to the board for an award to Gensler, who has kicked off their work. Along the way, we also heard that the city of Napa was interested in considering whether or not there was any potential for collaboration. And so the board awarded a 2x2 of 2 city council members and 2 supervisors, and that group has met. And the understanding was that if there was initial understanding of potential cooperation, that we would pause on our study with Gensler to allow the discussion to proceed of how we would move forward next together. What we have determined in the initial meeting of that committee, though, is that there are many questions and many possibilities for how collaboration could proceed. And with that, by pausing on our existing study would postpone us getting that information of if the county chose to at least initially move forward independently or on some portion of it, we would be delaying that work, which would also then be impacting certain departments and their needs, in particular 1127 First Street. So we are back at this time to allow the members of the 2x2 to present to the board the recommendation that we go ahead and allow Gensler to continue with phase 1 of their assessment concurrently with the 2x2's continuing conversations, because there are multiple questions that will likely conclude about the same time as the Gensler's Phase 1, which could then both be brought back to the board for discussion on the next steps to proceed. So that is our first recommendation, is to not pause on our existing study while we wait for a resolution with the city of whatever possibilities are there, but to work concurrently. And then secondly, I've listed in the board report that there are significant questions that will be discussed by the committee, and one of those key questions is the location of a joint facility, if that is how we proceed, or where the county would prefer their administration building, whether co-located or independently located. The direction that we heard in January was that downtown was a priority. However, since then, there's conversation that possibly it could be located somewhere else in the city of Napa, not downtown. And we want to know if that is something that the board wants us to expand that conversation or to stick with where we are, because it will change the direction to both Gensler and the conversations with the city that we're having today. So those are the two items that we're bringing forward to the board at this time. I would like to turn it over to the two supervisors who are on there to add or elaborate on anything that I've shared, and then I request direction from the board.
Thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone out there who participated in the meeting. A few of us are here. Yeah, I think that, one thing that there was a lot of conversation in the meeting about, hurdles and obstacles and concerns and considerations, of course. And I think that part of the issue is that the board and the city council have not really determined if they want to pursue something jointly. And I think that we sort of agreed that if it's something we want to do, we can probably do it, and it's just a matter of, is this important to us? I think there were going to be some further examination of, what the cost would potentially look like, separate, buildings versus one larger building, things like that, looking at, if there would be cost savings, which I can't believe that there wouldn't be cost savings, but there is definitely a need to look at that. And obviously talking about functions that would need to remain downtown versus functions that would not necessarily have to remain downtown. We were told, by county staff that Gensler really is looking at our current properties, that not looking outside of that. And there was some discussion about, really we should probably expand that and look at potential locations around the city of Napa, not necessarily just county properties or city properties. Also discussion about, besides the departments that would need to be downtown near the courthouse, for example, do other functions need to be downtown, and would it make more sense to make our spaces available to the city of Napa to really, or the private developers to really make the most of the properties downtown and have them function more in keeping with the downtown specific plan, for example. So a lot of things discussed, but I think ultimately the question really is this something we want to pursue? And if so, we can probably make it work. It's just that it will take more time. I feel like potentially we are being driven by the disrepair of some of our buildings, whether or not we would want to put money into some of those repairs or replacement efforts to buy us more time so that we could be more thoughtful and look at this as more of a master plan, I guess, rather than, okay, we need to kind of get these people out of these different buildings and into better facilities, and therefore we just kind of need to mix and match and move people around, or build a building and move everybody in there and then determine what to do with those other properties. So I think it's just kind of a decision around, philosophically, it doesn't make sense for us to pursue something together, because we are a relatively, you know, small county, and could we do this with our largest city and save our taxpayers some money and, you know, streamline potentially some services if at all possible. So I'll just throw that out there as my comments, and Supervisor Gregory, I'm sure, has more.
Sure. I had two major takeaways from our meeting with the city. By the way, it was Mayor Sedgley and Councilperson Mary Luros, right? Okay. A few weeks ago. The one was about just the general discussion around the benefits of co-locating and why one would do that. And one thing that came out of that was in-person activity in our departments is on the decline. There's a lot more electronic activity and submittals. So the idea of somebody coming in and physically going one place than another, that's on the decline. So we just had a general discussion about the advantages of co-locating being maybe less than they were years ago. The biggest takeaway was the city relayed to us that they have a severe lack of resources to participate in a new administrative building in the foreseeable future. That if they were to have enough revenue to build something new, they would focus first on police and fire. So my takeaway was we could wait, but we'd be waiting a long time for them to be ready to participate in building a new building. So we might take that back to the 2x2 and you know, square away any real decision on that. But my takeaways would be waiting way too long, and it would interfere with our progress. In terms of being downtown or not, I think given that we own property downtown, that's important. We'd have to look at the economics of adding land acquisition to a potential deal, and I'm sure that creates a challenge. There is a benefit to having government employees downtown that came about in the downtown specific plan. I think it was 2010. I sat on that steering committee. There is some importance to having government downtown to support our local businesses during weekdays. So my takeaway is and I'm forwarding now to where I am on this, is I don't want to pause our study, and I still can't support investing $6 billion in 1127 First Street.
You can or cannot?
Cannot.
Okay. I agree that moving forward with our phase one is important, not closing the door on potential collaboration with the city, but also not holding ourselves up. Since our needs are immediate, and certainly our needs are not going to be wholly dependent and defined by the city's needs. So I do think that it's important for us to be able to move forward. In regards to the location of where we go, understanding that this board is not in a position to be investing more into Carruthers beyond really what we would ever be able to get back out of it. You know, I think I see the landscape and the potential a bit differently, in that we already do have land, and there wouldn't be acquisition of land, and that land is at South Campus. And one of the things that was envisioned before the 2014 earthquake was actually to take county functions towards the South Campus and to really centrally locate those that need to be here downtown within this this building. You know, I think as part of the work that we set out for Gensler to do, and we said, what are the relationships that exist within our departments needing to work together, and that interface. And when I look at interface, I'm really talking about the person-to-person interface, and you know, so much we have been able to digitize and move forward, but also what that interface looks like with the public that already has to interface with us downtown. For example, it does not make any sense to move probation out of downtown when the courthouses are here and they're not going anywhere. It does not make sense to move the public defender nor the district attorney And in that regard, even child support services, who is also tied to the courts. So really looking at, from an governmental services, who is interacting with the courts, from an external standpoint, who's interacting with the courts, who's interacting with the city, although that is certainly less than probably before because of digitization. I really think we have an opportunity of utilizing land that already exists, and there are already available building pads down at the South Campus. But you know, the way I envision it, I don't think that this is dissimilar from what the Capitol, the legislature, had to do as they've maneuvered infrastructure improvements at the Capitol. They actually had to build a building to be able to move people around and accommodate and utilizing that swing space. I think that as we look at this, we are very bifurcated geographically as a county. You know, we have ITS and older adults over on Imperial. We have Ag Commissioner and UC over on Saw School. And we dot the downtown in really odd ways around here. And then we have the South Campus, and then you add in communications and records, and all of a sudden we are far more sprawled than I think is actually efficient for us. So I think really looking at an economic analysis of where are we paying rent, I think that is incredibly important, because we have land that can be used for erecting buildings, yet here we are paying rent, and that's not value added to us in any way. And so looking at that, looking at how do we centralize from a security standpoint, I think that is incredibly important. It is far more difficult, I'd imagine. It's going to be far more difficult to secure multiple facilities versus one entire campus and have a comprehensive plan of security. So I think that needs to also be weighed in. But as we look at how we're going to make these moves, you know, I think it all starts with who has to be downtown, then with a secondary analysis of who would we like downtown, and then who can move anywhere, and how do we minimize the economic impacts to the general fund from just basic rent payments. I think that's going to be incredibly important. And I think other things that aren't necessarily infrastructure are going to play a role when we look at, say, our fleet, right? If we have one generalized area where most of our employees are that can draw upon our fleet of vehicles, as opposed to having fleets of vehicles everywhere, then that in of itself can be a secondary efficiency that we are going to realize through looking at this in a broader scale. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, and it's great to hear from all of you about what your kind of background, context, and position is. Just to first speak to the questions that staff is looking for, I'm in favor of moving forward with the Gensler study, because I think that doesn't preclude any other steps, but I'm really cognizant of the time we have here, and I think whatever we need to make some decisions on 1127 sooner than later, so I'd hate to have anything stop us there. I think continuing the 2x2, if my colleagues feel it's helpful, makes sense. I think where I am in terms of a potential collaboration is thinking about it with maybe a more targeted lens once the county understands more about what its assets are and its opportunities. And then just wanting to pick up on a few things that have been said. I mean, I think a county presence downtown is useful for us as a county operation, but also I think that is a way that we're, supporting the city. We're activating the space on a 9 to 5 weekday time frame that's complementary to the evening and weekend facing businesses that are serving visitors as well as residents. And I think flexibility for us as a county is important. So it would be hard for me to commit to, say, a shared office space right now when we might ultimately want to move one of our departments into that space. So, and I think Chair Ramos mentioned swing space being an important piece. So that's, and that could be now or in the future too. And the concept of land acquisition, there's opportunity there, but that's not only more complicated, it brings more uncertainty into it than what we already have. So, and I think my final point as the northernmost supervisor, a perception of moving too much of county facilities south of Napa, I think would send a message to our northern residents that it's harder to access the county. So it's important to me that we keep a strong downtown base for some significant subset of resident-facing services.
Okay.
I
You got a lot.
I appreciate that. That feedback is helpful. If there's anything else to share, otherwise we'll move forward.
I'm going to take public comment on this. See none in the boardroom on the phone lines? Okay. We have none on the line. Thank you, Ms. Craig. We've provided you direction. Thank you to the 2x2 for your continued collaboration with the city. At this time, we do have need to go back to closed session, not having concluded our previously announced business on closed session, but I am going to ask for public comment as we're going back to closed session here. If there's any public comment on our closed session items as listed in the agenda. See none in the boardroom. Do we have any on the phones? We have none on the phone lines. I'll close public comment on closed session, and we will recess now to closed session. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We're now back from closed session, and I will invite our county council to report out from our closed session matters.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. On item 17A, public employee performance evaluation, no reportable action. On item 17B, conference with labor negotiators, no reportable action. Direction was given to staff. And item 17C, conference with real property negotiator, no reportable action. Direction was given to staff. That concludes my reports.
Thank you so much. Next, do we have any legislative items?
Nope.
Do we have any supervisor committee reports and announcements? Supervisor Gregory.
We had our Marin Clean Energy Board meeting last week. Was one change to note that might be of interest to you is a while back our default to new connections went to Deep Green. So you automatically sign up at Deep Green there as a shortage of short-term renewable energy resources. So they had to pull that back just temporarily. We think we'll get back onto default Deep Green by first quarter next year.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
All right, thank you. I brought up my email. I wanted to report out from the broadband committee, and these are some notes. We are, as we look to deploy broadband project in the county, we're relying on the maps that are provided by the state and the feds showing broadband coverage. But there's an issue because some internet service providers might challenge the projects that we're putting forward because they may be saying that our maps are incorrect and don't actually reflect where they actually are providing service. So we're trying to do some outreach ahead of time to make sure we're talking to the providers to say, are you really providing service here or not? So that is one point on it. And then second, we're hoping on behalf of the broadband consortium, that's Sonoma, Marin, Mendocino, and Napa, to send a letter to our legislators asking them to meet to talk a little bit more about this issue because it is really challenging to get providers to participate with what we want to, the projects that we want to see implemented in the county.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other supervisory reports and announcements, Mr. CEO, anything to report? Good. Okay. That brings us to adjournment. We are adjourned to the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors, Tuesday, September 12th at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.